Well, a very good afternoon to those of you listening online, the BBC Sport app and BBC Sport websites. Welcome to New Road. My name is Trevor Owens from BBC Hampshire and Worcester. Alongside me, for the first section at least, we have Robbie James from BBC Radio Solent. Very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Trevor. Nice to see you. Nice to have some cricket and the rain subsiding. Solent listeners will be used to hearing Kevin James, of course. He's gone rogue. He's in the States doing a little road trip, so I'm covering him for the next 4 days or so. But nice to be here, and I was about to say good morning, but no.
Good afternoon. Yes, we have had rain in this part of the world. I live on the Welsh borders, and I drove in this morning, and it rained all the way in, and the weather generally comes from the west or southwest, so I wasn't overly optimistic on my way in. I've got to say that we were going to have a prompt start, and so it proved. In fact, fair play to the ground staff. They've done well to get it on as quickly as they have, really, because the umpires inspected initially at 12:30, and so there were parts of the outfield that were very wet at that point, but they inspected again at 1 o'clock, and we were good to go at 1:40-ish, I think is the best way of describing it. But the batsmen are on their way now, the opening batsman. We should explain, Worcestershire won the toss, and I love the expression, invited Hampshire to bat. Quite what you would do if they politely declined the invitation. No one knows, but Hampshire will be batting. And, well, for Worcestershire, they need a win.
Yeah, and for Hampshire, looking to try and avoid a fourth straight draw in a row. It's not been a particularly 3 rounds of the county championship for them, but I would certainly say they'd make September a little less nerve-wracking if they were to pick up a win here at New Road. But as for Worcestershire, how far are we off desperation stations?
I think we're probably last changed to desperation stations. No, I think realistically, I think they knew it was going to be tough this year, and so it's proved. We can talk more about the game down at Hampshire, which they could easily have won. Similarly, they could have won at Edgbaston, but didn't. But could have, would have, should have. Doesn't really count for a great deal, I'm afraid. Joe Weatherby is going to be on strike for the first delivery of the match, which Khurram Shahzad is going to bowl from the New Road end. We have Mel Farrell with us as well. Mel will be in about half an hour's time. So we will be your commentary team for the first 2 days. Frank Watson, in case Hereford and Worcester listeners are wondering, where's Frank? He similarly is on holiday, but he's not in America. Frank is much closer to home, but he'll be back for days 3 and 4 of this game. Khurram Shahzad then to open up proceedings from the New Road end. In to bowl to Weatherby over the wicket, and it beats it outside the off stump as well, and the hands have gone heads in the slip cordon. Khurram Shahzad, who showed up very well at Edgbaston in the last game, starting as he means to go on.
Yeah, and it all looks rather pleasant. Although you mentioning there Frank and Kevin James not being here, it's suspicious, isn't it, that they've left us for these couple of days? They definitely. Where are they? Have we definitely got eyes on them?
I think Frank, I think, has grandchildren duty, I seem to remember he said to me, so he's busy in that front. Khurram Shahzad past the umpire, is in, bowls, up onto his toes goes Weatherby, drops it down to point, and there's no run.
You know what this sounds to me? I've got a sneaky suspicion they could be planning their own franchise T10 league in Costa Rica or something. You never know.
Well, I think Frank probably took a look at the weather forecast and thought, not much point in going to New Road today, really. It's typical. It's the first day's championship cricket I've covered this season, and the first day's rain we've had for about 6 months, I think.
And first for me as well.
Oh, there you go.
There's our sign. We should probably just leave, shouldn't we?
Khurram Shahzad, he started run from the pile of sawdust, which is on the edge of the sponsor's logo here at the New Road end. He's in, bowls, Weatherby, shoulders, arms outside the off stump. Again, there's oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but there always are, however close to the off stump it is, I think. Should
we update you with teams? Just a quick note for Hampshire fans. Hampshire unchanged from that side that drew with Nottinghamshire last week. So Joe Weatherly and Fletcher Middleton, of course, opening up. Nick Gubbins, Tilak Varma, Tom Prest, Ben Brown, Felix Organ, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott, Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker. So no room for Toby Albert or Dom Kelly, unchanged from the side that drew to Notts.
Give the Worcestershire side in just a moment. Khurram Shahzad's in, bowls, up onto his toes goes Weatherby, drops that down to point, and again there's no run. Worcestershire make one change. Matthew Waite is back from paternity leave duties. He and his partner have had a little one. So he's back, and he goes straight back into the side at the expense of the on-loan spinner Bertie Foreman, who misses out. So Worcestershire, Gareth Roderick, Jake Libby, Kashi Fowley, Adam Hose, Ethan Brooks, Brett D'Oliveira the captain, Tom Taylor, Ben Allison, Adam Finch, Kuram Shazad and Matthew Waite. But as Eric Morecambe once famously said, not necessarily in that order when it comes to batting. Here comes Kuram Shazad again. In Weatherby Waits, bat raised, gets off the outside edge, and it drops short of the slip cordon and through the slip cordon and away for 4 runs. But he found the edge there, did Kuram Shazad. It didn't carry, it was never a chance. But nonetheless, a bit of encouragement for the bowler.
Yeah, and Hampshire will be hoping to start this game a little better than they've started their last few games in the county championship. Like I said, they had 3 draws on the bounce. They've bowled first in all of those, so they'll definitely be keen to try and get off to a good start. Win the first day. They haven't done that too much this season in the county championship. But it will be tricky in testing conditions.
Worcestershire had problems putting runs on the board in the first innings early on in the season, certainly. Weatherly on strike now. Apologies if I mispronounced his name earlier on. In comes Kuram Shazad, bowls. Weatherly, expansive leave outside the off stump this time. That completes the over. 4 runs from it. But as I say, a little bit of encouragement there for Kuram Shazad. I think he found the outside edge and went past the outside edge as well. So he'll be thinking, on another day.
Yeah, and it's going to be opening up from the Diglas end. It's going to be Tom Taylor, I believe that is. He's taken his cap off.
So, yep.
And it's my first time to Worcester.
Is it your first time here? Is it?
First time ever to this great city, and we got a lovely view of the cathedral to our left-hand side, just the other side of the Severn, isn't it?
River Severn? Is a Severn, yeah. Indeed. It is a River Severn. Yeah, between us and the cathedral.
I see that all rather clearly now. When I arrived this morning, it wasn't great viewing for it. It looked a little drizzly, a little sad, but much brighter now. Those light clouds overhead. Here is Taylor bowling to Middleton, who is on the back foot. Just hits him a little higher on the bat, I think, than he was expecting. He's going to go and inspect some of the pitch. So he's got 4 slips in place as a backward point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and down at the fine leg boundary as a fielder as well to our left-hand side. As we peer through these sort of lovely white posts that we've got here in front of us. It's very nice, very scenic.
It's one of the old traditional grounds, or certainly the New Road stand here. Various bits of New Road have been improved over the years, not least of which, of course, is the pavilion.
Taylor running towards us once again. Bowls, and forward is Middleton, pushing it up to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, I love the addition of the trees as well. You don't get many trees at cricket grounds.
No, well, there used to be
glorious.
There used to be more trees there, but unfortunately some of them became diseased and they had to be taken down. But the chestnut tree away to our right-hand side.
That's like when at school you had to draw a tree. You know, you have to draw a tree at school, yeah, and you sort of made it look a bit like a broccoli. It looks a bit like that, doesn't it? It's lovely. Not that great though if you're sitting behind it in the hospitality stands there, or if a chestnut drops on you. Anyways, Taylor once again bowls, and on the back foot is Middleton, and he'll get off the mark with a nice punch through the offside. Outfield not particularly quick because of that rain that we've had earlier on today. They'll come back for a couple. Hampshire move to 6 without loss.
Kashi Valley on the chase for Worcestershire. But yeah, nice shot there by Middleton, timed it nicely. It'll be a tricky, well, it usually is a tricky first hour, isn't it, for the opening pair here, but particularly given the rain that we've had. But 4 slips is a statement of intent, I think, from Worcestershire.
And they're all standing pretty close as well, which is maybe an indication of the kind of pace we'd expect to see in this pitch, as Middleton is forward, pushing that into the offside, and there's no run. They're extremely close, actually. We've got just trying to compare it to the advertising matting that we have at both ends of the bowlers' run-ups, and I'd say they're about halfway between the start of the matting and the wickets. Is it just me, or do they look very close, those slips? Fletcher Middleton would be able to hear them breathing down his neck. 4 of them crouched down now in anticipation of Tom Taylor bowling, and Middleton again is pushing that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Go on.
I was going to say, it wasn't long ago, of course, these sides met in Southampton, was it? It was relatively recently.
It wasn't. What a how do I diplomatically describe that? those 4 days in Southampton. I mean, Worcestershire very much on top for much of it, but I think everyone really could tell that pitch was going to always, that pitch and the ball combined, as we've seen a lot in the county championship with the Kookaburra ball, it was always going to be tricky to force a result. Final ball of the over from Taylor, his first one of the day, and Middleton once again is pushing that up to the fielder at mid-on, who's been busy that over, and it completes the second one of the afternoon. We had the morning session wiped out, but we are underway in Hampshire 6 without loss.
It suggests to me that Taylor was bowling pretty straight there, as you say, quite rightly. It was being pushed up to mid-on fairly regularly, which Middleton obviously playing very straight to it. But yeah, good start by the Sioux. And well, Khurram Shahzad found the outside edge and went past the outside edge, but I have to say Middleton looked largely untroubled there. It's still a bit grey overhead. It's brighter away to the right hand side as we're looking from our commentary point, and that's important because that's generally where the weather comes from. Khurram Shahzad in again to bowl to Weatherly, who waits and then pushes. It's gone off a thickish outside edge. He's going to get runs here, at least 2 of them. It's running down to a wideish third man. They'll come back for a very comfortable 2. That's pulled back just inside the rope. They're going to make 3 actually, but throw when it comes in is a bit high for Gareth Roderick, but no damage done in terms of the run. They take 3, and that means that Hampshire will move on to 6 without loss. 9 without loss. Weatherly's on to 7. I beat the scoreboard there.
Well done you.
And Middleton has 2. But that was by no means a streaky shot in the sense it did come off it, but it was a very thick outside edge and ran away between the slips and point. So this means that Middleton will get a first look at Khurram Shahzad. Bowling under, as I say, grey skies. Here at New Road, he's in past the umpire as Shahzad bowls, and that's worked away nicely to mid-wicket. Good stop, tumbling stop there, and there's no run. Brett D'Oliveira doing the honours.
That was rather chaotic by Brett D'Oliveira. He sort of went to lean down to his right hand side, thought about the roll, didn't do the roll, then turned it into just sort of wandering around off balance, and then bowled the ball to Matthew Waite at mid-on. It was all quite chaotic. It was a bit Justin Langer-esque, that.
Very, very sharp in the field, Brett D'Oliveira generally. You wouldn't risk a single to Brett D'Oliveira, I don't think. Khurram's in again, bowls, and this time left well alone outside his off stump by Middleton.
Now, would you like the first apology of the day?
Go for your life.
I'll go to Hampshire. There'll be a few of these Hampshire fans. You're used to having the A-lister in Kevin James for all your Hampshire games across the season. Unfortunately, because it's such a downgrade with me, I don't have access to the emails that I know Hampshire fans like to use to get in touch. So, emailing this week, I'm afraid, off the cards. Denied access, passwords, etc. Exciting BBC stuff. So we'll get to you, Trevor, in a second for how people can get in touch.
Here comes Khurram Shahzad. He's in, bowls. Oh, that's streaky. Well, it actually was it called a no ball? I seemed to stick his arm out the umpire there. I wasn't quite sure what was happening. Unfortunately, the post was between me and precisely what happened. But there were some oohs and ahs there, and looks to me. I mean, there's devils in the pitch, that's not fair, but both batsmen have had a good long hard look now, haven't they, really? Khurram's asking a few questions. In terms of getting in touch, Twitter is probably the best way, I think. At BBC HW Sport is our Twitter
What
account.
Is it? At
BBC HW Sport. Khurram Shahzad is in again to bowl to Middleton, and he's up onto his toes, drops it down into the offside. There's no run, it rolls out in the general direction of extra cover where Tom Taylor fields, and there's no run.
I did go and have a little look at the wicket when they were out there for the toss, and certainly a fair smattering of grass. I mean, if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see that it looks a pretty nice colour, not particularly green, but there's a fair amount of grass on it, and I was thinking actually it looked like it might have some nice pace and carry in the pitch, but I've seen a couple of times the ball hit quite high on the bat for these Hampshire opening batters.
Middleton waits, Khurram's in, bowls to him, he's played that nicely up to mid-on. They think about a single, but not for long, and there's no run. Wakefields, and that will complete the third over of the innings. If you are just joining us, late start here due to rain this morning. It was that annoying rain, really. It just drizzled. It wasn't heavy rain.
All rain's annoying rain.
Yeah,
Trevor.
but I mean, a good heavy shower which then clears quickly, you can cope with, can't you, really? But it was that nagging. Someone in the press box said if they'd been playing and it had started to drizzle like this, they'd probably have continued playing. But of course, you can't start when it's raining like that. And to be fair, there were some quite wet patches on the outfield because of heavy overnight rain. But we're up and running now. 9 without loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, seagull just makes its way rather poetically across that cathedral. I'm told there's plenty of seagulls in this part of the world. Everyone keeps talking about the seagulls around my hotel, Trevor, but I've not seen too many of them yet. Here's Taylor to begin a new over, his second of the day. Maybe hits Weatherly there in a rather uncomfortable place. Yes, he's sort of... he looks a bit sorry for himself to Joe Weatherly. He's down on one knee, his helmet's come off, and he's received absolutely zero sympathy from anyone. Those Worcestershire players in the slip cordon all have their hands on their hips and are looking at him, and now he's gone to 2 knees, and up goes the hand of Surendaran Shamagun, the umpire, to call on the physio, who's going to do absolutely nothing but say bad luck. Fletcher Middleton's wandering down to him, and Joe Weatherly's been hit in the delicates. Unfortunately, he's going to have to take a moment here, and he's sort of getting back up to 2 knees.
So I think, to be fair, I think Gareth Roderick did pass the time of day with him as he walked past, just to inquire as to his well-being. The physio is making his way on now, or a 12th man.
Oh, he just needs a drink.
Yeah, he needs a drink. A drink will cure everything.
Yes, as it always does.
If that is the case, if that cures that, I'll have a pint of what he's on. I have to say, it was...
He looks a bit sorry for himself, doesn't he, Joe Weatherly? He's wondering why. Anyway, once he gets some treatment, so what is it about the seagulls? So I'm staying in the centre of town, and I've been told on a few people that there were many seagulls that will potentially dump something on me. That's what I've heard.
Don't take it personally. You're not missing any cricket, incidentally, whilst we're in seagull mode here. No, they are very noisy. The hotel you're staying in, right, which is opposite the railway station, was opposite Foregate Street. Very nice hotel. I've stayed there in the past for various work things, but I had one night that I didn't get a wink of sleep all night because of the gulls making such a noise. Well, I think technically they're terns rather than gulls.
They're what?
Terns.
Terns? Is that a thing, is it?
It's a variation on a theme, I think. But... again, you're still not missing any cricket here because Weatherly is receiving treatment, or at least getting a drink. So we've got a bit of a break in play here. But certainly our office is only about half a mile from the ground here, our BBC office. And we, various times in the year, we seriously do get dive bombed by seagulls in the car park. If you're going out to your car, they will come down and swoop. When they've got young, they get very, very defensive and aggressive with it as well. So it is a bit of an issue.
You need to make sure you just don't eat fish and chips off the cards. Absolutely no way that I'm walking down that high street with fish and chips tonight. I'll get pinched. Where was it that there was it? I don't think it was too far from here. That in the news recently there was a hawk that kept coming down and having a right go at people. Anyway, we'll get back to that in a second. Joe Weatherly is all right to continue, and Tom Taylor's going to bowl to him now, and well, he tucks that one nicely off his hip. Actually, it was directed in a similar place to the previous ball, and he'll get a couple for his troubles. And they'll think about a third, but no. Brett D'Oliveira is quick to the ball, and Hampshire move on to 11 without loss. Yeah, I don't think it was far from here, and they were investigating it. There was an eagle or a hawk or something that kept coming down and sort of, well, I think it was attacking people. And so I think ITV News went down there, and they went to film it, and just as they were filming it, came and attacked someone. And they got it perfectly. And there's this video that's gone round on socials as Tom Taylor's in once again, and Weatherly's forward, nicely putting that into the offside. And the person who got attacked by the hawk then had a go at the camera operator for saying, why didn't you tell me? And then that got clipped up and made into a meme as well. So anyway, I think no one was hurt, but it was good chaos. Ring a bell?
None. No. I don't remember that locally. No, I mean, I think I saw it. Might have seen it on the national news, but I don't remember that being specifically in this area. But
anyway, well, I'll keep an eye out for the.
Yes, beware the seagull.
The terns. Interesting new word that. Here is Taylor once again over the wicket, and Weatherly leaves that one outside the off stump. I think that's the first ball that Taylor has bowled that the batters haven't had to play a shot at. Hampshire, if you are just joining us, we're put into bat by Worcestershire, and we got things going at 1:40. Toss took place around 1:15. Hampshire unchanged from the side that drew to Nottinghamshire last week. And Joe Weatherly, Fletcher Middleton out there for them. Weatherly is on strike and he is nudging this into the onside, but there's no run. There's a nice little hubbub around the ground, actually.
Well,
nice.
The fans who've been here since the start of play have been very loyal, because a lot of them have been sitting on that open terrace, the D'Oliveira stand at the far end there, in mild drizzle at times. Didn't seem to faze them at all. And you can argue never huge crowds for a championship match, perhaps, particularly on a weekday, but there's a nice smattering around the ground.
One ball remaining in the fourth over, and Taylor's going to bowl to Weatherly, who again is just pushing that to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. And he's targeting the pads and the stumps of both of these batters, but no reward as of yet. 4 overs gone, Hampshire 11 without loss.
Live cricket here on the BBC Sport app and website. As Robbie was saying, delayed start here because of the weather this morning, if you are just joining us, but good that we've got some cricket, because I do have to say at one stage this morning, you never quite like it when the umpires go out and they're treading thoughtfully on the edge of the squares and they're rubbing their chins, if you say, oh dear, this could be a bit of an issue. But delighted that we do have some cricket. The forecast for the rest of the day is a bit mixed, I think we can safely say. Middleton's on strike, Karim Shazad is in to bowl to him, and that's oohs and ahs. It runs down to deep backward square and over the boundary for 4, but 4 more to the total, but again not exactly where he intended to play it, I think we can safely say there. But he picks up 4, and in years to come, as we always say, when they look back at the scorebook, they won't say he didn't mean to play it there, just will say he got 4.
Who do you reckon is looking back at the scorebook from that?
Oh, statisticians do.
You reckon?
Oh yes. It's like old football programmes, isn't it? Things like that, games you were at in 1987. Karam in again, past the umpire, bowls, played very straight back to him by Middleton, and there's no run.
Nice thing to do. I played my one game of cricket for the year a few weeks ago, and it reminded me, it was a nice thing that happens at many cricket clubs up and down the country. After a game's been played, there is always someone in the club that will commandeer the scorebook for the after game drink. There will always be someone who will not be nattering to anyone. They'll just be sitting at a table with the scorebook, looking back at previous games. Quite therapeutic viewing, I imagine.
Karam's in, it's a bowl. Middleton this time leaves well alone outside the off stump. It's an early decision, a very good leave, because it was well wide of the off stump. The usual oohs and ahs from the slip cord, which I think is obligatory. It's part of the coaching manual now, I think, but never in any danger of hitting the stumps. 15 without loss here, Hampshire, after they were put into bat. And if you're just joining us, team news is that for Worcestershire is that Bertie Foreman missed out. The young spinner who's on loan from Sussex. Given the conditions, perhaps not altogether surprising. Matty Waite is in. Karam's in now, bowls, and that's off an edge again. It's past a diving third slip and away to the boundary for 4. But that was a genuine edge. And again, no blame attached there to Ben Allison, it is, in the slips, because it was almost past him before he knew, I think, really.
Yeah, he's definitely looked the more threatening of the two opening bowlers, isn't he?
As I think Taylor's bowled straight, but simply by the fact that Middleton played 3 or 4 straight to a straightish mid-on in the 1 over. But yes, Curran has certainly found the edge, hasn't he, really? He's getting a bit of encouragement from his teammates now. Skipper D'Oliveira quite happy to leave him with 4 slips in the early stage of this one. 19 without loss then, Hampshire. Middleton's on to 10, and he's on strike now as Curran's in to bowl to him, and he's forward much more solidly this time, plays it to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, and that explains as well. I mentioned off the bowling of Tom Taylor, those slip cordon was so close from our angle anyway, and there's been 2 then, haven't there, that have just dropped short. And interesting, we've actually got a brilliant view because we're not directly behind the bowler's arm, so we are at sort of mid-on, we're at long on as we look at this over from the new road end, and there's just a little gap. You got those 3 slips, and I don't know if you call it a 4th slip or a gully. There's just a little gap between 3rd slip and 4th slip.
Karam in, bowls. That's a nice looking shot. That's away through extra cover for 4 runs. That's racing across the square, so it'll pick up speed as it goes. Over the boundary rope. That's the shot of the day so far, I would contend. Very nicely played. And it completes the over. At the end of it, Hampshire move on to 23 without loss. Weatherly has 9. Middleton has 14.
Yeah, by a country mile, that the best shot of the morning, afternoon so far. You'd actually have, if you were to have to sit in a dark room and watch each of these opening batters face 300 deliveries on repeat, you'd probably pick Joe Weatherly as the more stylish, more aesthetically pleasing of the two. But that was glorious from Fletcher Middleton. And when he is in it, I often find with Fletcher Middleton, when he starts going along a bit more of a lick, he often sort of plays with that confidence. Here's Taylor to begin a new over, and Weatherly gets a little tucked up there, and I don't think he expected that ball to maybe just took a little nip off the surface and came into him. Looked a little surprised by it, but nothing doing in the end. Difficult to see how much movement there is out there. Like I said, we're now at third for this Tom Taylor over. Maybe people can tell us if they're watching on the live stream.
Did just hurry him a little bit, though, didn't it?
Weatherly on strike with his wristband on his left arm, and Taylor's in bowls, and he nudges that with a bit less alarm into the onside. No run. A nice little hubbub from the fans around New Road for this final game with the Kookaburra ball in this year's county championship. Could be forever. Maybe it'll make a return next year, but I think Hampshire fans will certainly be pretty pleased to see the back of it. Dukes will return in September, and here is Taylor bowling, and forward in defence is Weatherly. No run. I think Hampshire fans will. They might take all the box of Kookaburra balls. They may put them in a box and take them straight to the River Severn and dump them at the end of this game.
No, it's been a bone of contention, I think, around the circuit, isn't it? Really, is the diplomatic way of putting it.
That's a very diplomatic way of putting it. Yeah, 3 straight draws on the bounce for Hampshire. Not really got close to getting a result in any of them, and Weatherly's on the back foot, pushing this into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, I'm taking nothing away from Warwickshire in the last round of matches, who chased down 393 to beat Worcestershire at Edgbaston, which was the 3rd highest run chase in Warwickshire's history, I think. But there's no doubt it flattened out, and Worcestershire were toiling away with very little reward and seemingly very little chance of much reward either.
So was that the consensus? Worcestershire couldn't have done too much more?
I think that was the general view. You know, they put out their heart and soul into it. I mean, as I say, taking nothing away from Warwickshire, who batted very well.
Penultimate ball of the over from Taylor. He's over the wicket now. Bowls an inside edge, gets Weatherly a couple, I think, into the onside. Yeah, Brett Oliveira will run away to our left-hand side, and they will come back for 2. But a little bit more going on for Taylor in this over. Hampshire on to 23 without loss.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire will feel they need one fairly soon, having won the toss and put Hampshire in. Make that first breakthrough. But Curran's asked a few questions, but these two I think looking fairly assured.
Just moved that fielder at mid-wicket. There's now a 3rd fielder in the leg side, and they are short mid-wicket as Weatherly lets that one go outside the off stump. It brings to an end the 6th over. We've had 25 minutes here at New Road. Hampshire 25 without loss. Weatherly is 11. Middleton has 14.
Durham in a spot of bother against Surrey. Durham 84 for 6. Sussex 100 for 3 against Yorkshire. Of course, a lot of these games, well, I think we are the final game to have started in this round of matches. Somerset have recovered. They're 112 for 3. They were 0 for 2 in their game against Nottinghamshire. Curran to continue. Curran Shazad from the New Road end, running away from us. He's in to bowl to Middleton, who drives into the offside. They'll take a single, just in front of square on the offside. They'll pick up a very comfortable one. In the national counties, if you follow Dorset, you'll be a very happy person. They have walloped Shropshire by an innings and 40 runs. Herefordshire, though, they're going to be on the wrong end of one against Oxfordshire. I think they were 41 for 5, chasing the small matter of 449 to win at Eastner. So I don't think that's going to happen. If it does, it'll be worth seeing.
You just never know. As we love to say in sport, anything can happen. All the cliches. But no, you're right. Probably unlikely, isn't it?
Very unlikely, I would contend. Weatherly waits. Karim Shazad's in, bowls to him. Weatherly pushes forward, thinks about a single, half step forward, but no. As the ball just rolls out into the offside, there's no run. 26 without loss here, Hampshire. Much polishing of the ball.
You keep a good eye on the minor counties, don't you?
We do. Yeah, we do.
Nice.
Obviously being BBC Hereford and Worcester,
yes.
Herefordshire. And it's always a nice day at the national counties. It's always a good day to wander over and watch a bit of cricket. It's very laid back. Weatherly waits. Karam's in, bowls to him, and it's chopped down into his boot. Off an inside edge onto his boot. That might have just stung a little bit. He's just wandering away to square leg, as if to say, might have a bruise there in the morning. No damage done, despite all the oohs and ahs you might have picked up on our effects microphone. I say no damage done, possibly to Weatherly's foot, but apart from that, in terms of the scoreboard, no damage done.
So how does the minor counties, in terms of the structure and what do they play, for those that don't know? Is it mainly 50 over cricket?
They play a mix. They play T20, 50 over, and 3-day stuff. They play it in different sections. They start with the T20, although actually, having said that, I'll go into it after this delivery. As Karam's on his way again, into bowl to Joe Weatherly, who solidly pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yeah, they start with T20, and they play sort of double headers really. They play 3 teams on the same day at a ground.
3 teams?
Yeah, they play each other obviously. They play so for example, Herefordshire might play Shropshire and Wiltshire, and then
I see.
And then they used to do that actually. No, they've changed it this time. Thinking about it, they play the same team twice on the same day. So you have 2 matches on the same day. So it'll be Herefordshire against Dorset, for example, twice.
The same team.
Yeah. Well, they can pick squads, of course, so you can shake things up a bit for the second game if you choose to. Karim Shazad is in, bowls onto his toes. This time goes Weatherly and again drops it back down to the bowler. There's no run, 26 without loss here, Hampshire.
See, that could work in many different ways, couldn't it? Because if it could be exciting. You have an exciting game, it gets a little spicy, a bit heated, and then suddenly you get another crack at it. But I don't know, what happens if you're a spin bowler and you've been hit for 60 from your 4 overs and then you've got to go again?
It's an occupational hazard of T20, I think.
Well, yeah.
Then they go into the 50 over, and now they're into the 3-day stuff at the national counties. Here comes Karim Shazad in again, bowls, and that's pushed up back to the bowler. Actually, I thought it was going to go to mid-on, but Karam fields in his follow-through. There is no run. End of the over, Hampshire, 26 without loss. Weatherly has 11, Middleton has 15. And I'm going to make way here, and Mel Farrell will come in to join you.
Oh, exciting stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Trevor. Trevor Owens with us. As, if you are just joining us, a reminder, the morning session washed out. No cricket happening, I'm afraid, here at Worcester, but we did get things underway at 1:40. Worcestershire won the toss. They elected to bowl first. Pretty unsurprisingly, Hampshire were going to do a similar thing. And it's been a decent start for the away side. 26 without loss. Taylor to begin a new over, and forward is Middleton, and that beats the fielder at mid-off. And I think that's going to be the first boundary of the morning. It won't. It'll be the second boundary of the morning. First one came off an outside edge. That one much more convincing. And Fletcher Middleton, he's looked all right. Moves on to 15 if the scoreboard has updated, which I think it has. No, it hasn't. I knew it hadn't. Middleton on to 19, and Hampshire 30 without loss. What an honour. Melinda Farrell, nice to see you. Oh my goodness, mic on.
That was a good start.
Great stuff. the voice of the summer.
Oh, Melinda really?
Farrell. Yeah, absolutely. You're everywhere, aren't you? It's exciting.
I am everywhere.
Yeah. Taylor in once again to Middleton, who's going to get another couple of runs here. In fact, he might get 4, nudging that into the onside. Brett D'Oliveira will give chase, and it does well to pull it in. Nice work there. Away to our left-hand side, and it means that Hampshire will come back for 33 without loss. You are everywhere, aren't you? And where are you? How many different cities have you seen in the last month?
Oh my gosh, it would take a while to count up. Yes, I've been around and about a bit, fair to say, but I always love coming here. This is one of my favourite. grounds to come to, clubs to come to. It's a really lovely group of people here. People always talk to you, even talking to some of the members out there, because everyone always says
busy.
hello.
Yeah. You've been having a chat with everyone this morning. Here's Taylor once again in bowls to Weatherly, who's forward and there's no run.
But yeah, so it's one of my favourites, definitely. Coming here, beautiful, even when the clouds are a bit grey, as they are today. You can see a few bits of blue peeping through, but yes.
Can you?
Yes, just up there. Look, yeah.
I mean, that's a tiny bit of blue.
And there's a couple over there.
Yeah,
I'm a glass half full person.
Yeah, good.
So I do look for them. And it's been a pretty sprightly start by the Hampshire batters, Wetherby and Middleton. And I think Worcestershire will be very much hoping that they can make some inroads, though, with this new ball in these conditions.
Slip out of place, then now just 3 there for Weatherly, and he's pushing that to the fielder that has moved from 4th slip to cover. It is Jake Libby who does the fielding, and there's no run.
Well, something I did discover when I came here that I haven't seen here before, though, is a big pile, or quite a decent pile, of posters with Brett D'Oliveira on them, dressed in a sort of Captain Sparrow pirate gear, brandishing a bat instead of a sword.
I'm intrigued. Here comes Taylor bowling now outside the off stump, and Weatherly lets that one go.
Apparently it's quite an old promotional poster, and no one has any idea why there was a bunch of them left there, but I'm taking...
I've not seen it. You're taking one?
Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, if he does not come out to bat in Captain Sparrow gear now, I'm going to be extremely disappointed.
What? But what? For want of not trying to sound stupid, why would he?
Because why not?
Oh.
Liven any game up, wouldn't it?
Well, it would, absolutely. Here is Taylor bowling, and again outside the off stump. Weatherly has nothing to do about it. 8 overs gone, and Hampshire 33 with that loss. Okay, so it's not a specific Brett D'Oliveira thing.
I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe he has a particular keenness for dressing up as a pirate.
Bit of the Johnny Depp's about Brett D'Oliveira?
Well, the poster looks good. I kind of think it suits him.
Yeah.
It suits him.
He's a little bit sort of rugged looking like that, isn't he, I suppose?
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd do well on a boat.
You need one here at Worcester for long stretches of the winter.
Yeah, unfortunately you do, don't you?
You could You could stage a pirate battle here.
Maybe that's a good... I'll tell you what, that's not a bad idea, that.
So,
revenue.
Karam it is, now starting a new over. Right arm over the wicket, played with an open face beautifully. Soft hands too. And he just runs that one all the way down to the deep third boundary. So Middleton has been doing quite a fair bit of his scoring in boundaries, it has to be said. He moves on to 26 of 21. So when I said they've had a sprightly start, it's largely been because of Fletcher Middleton. He's found the boundary, and Worcestershire just having trouble plugging the holes. He's got 3 slips in at the moment for Karam, who's in, bowls, pulls his length back a bit this time, but it's well defended by Middleton. He gets him behind this one. It trickles up to Tom Taylor at mid-off, no run. Yeah,
it is very un-Hampshire, this start, actually. They, even though they've scored sort of fair amount of runs in these last few rounds of county championship with the Kookaburra ball, they have very rarely got above, especially with the openers, got above 3 and over. And yeah, I've just looked into that scoreboard on our left-hand side. Does it have a run rate on it, or am I going to have to do maths?
Oh, no, you're going to have to do maths.
No.
It's rubbish, isn't it? No. Here comes Karam again, a forward delivery. It's just punched up to mid-on. No run. Matthew Waits there to prevent that one. This is actually my first time ever commentating on Hampshire.
Is it?
Yes. I've never commentated on a Hampshire game.
Well, Hampshire are honoured to have you commentating on one of their games.
I'm sure they're
Great
not.
News. No, brilliant.
Not the men. I have Hampshire-based teams in women's cricket commentated, but never the men. unusual. Here is Karam once more. Next ball is flicked beautifully by Middleton. Finds the gap just straight of mid-wicket, and despite the chase from Brett D'Oliveira and from Waite, it gets all the way to the boundary. So another one. Boy, they're coming thick and fast, but he just timed that beautifully, and it was just a little flick, not overhit, but the placement was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it looks really good for Archer Middleton. There was one that he got that outside edge, I think maybe in the third over of the afternoon, down to the third boundary, but other than that, he is looking in good form.
Yeah, that one just out of reach of Ben Allison was very low. I've watched that back a few times. I don't think it was a genuine chance. Hampshire 41 for none, as in comes Karam, and that is beautifully driven straight of Tom Taylor at mid-off. Not going to get a boundary though. Come back for a couple. He manages to chase that one down. But boy, they are racing along. It takes the score to 43 for none. And Middleton is now 32 off 25. He's going at a T20 rate at the moment.
I was going to say, it feels unbelievably exciting, this, for Hampshire fans, given what we've watched in the last couple of rounds of these long old drawn-out draws. And this is lovely to see Hampshire flying along early doors.
Karam in once more. Middleton attempts to pull this one, but misses it. And Roderick takes that down the leg side, and that will finish up the over with Hampshire 43 for none. Weatherly 11 runs from 28, and Middleton, in contrast, 32 runs from 26.
So how many, you say you haven't commentated on Hampshire?
No.
Is that they the only county that you've decided you didn't fancy commentating on?
It's not by choice. It's I just have never been given a Hampshire game. Although there are teams that I haven't, particularly in the second division. In first division, I don't know. I think that might be the only one in the first division.
Taylor to begin a new over, and whether he lets that one go outside the off stump.
Yeah, I genuinely do. All the teams that are in the first division this year, I'm pretty sure I've commentated on at some point. So not necessarily at home, but I mean I've been to all the counties.
Every ground.
All of them. Yeah, definitely. Quite a few times, and some of the minor ones as well. But yeah, I've definitely been to all 16.
Which one have you been to more than any other?
I'll tell you after this ball.
Taylor in over the wicket, bowls, and forward is Weatherly, pushing that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I'll edge past him.
Yeah,
I would say.
Oh yeah, but you're Birmingham.
I live 3 miles from it, so that would probably be it. And the London grounds as well, because they get so many test matches. So I've been to those quite a few times.
And you came from Old Trafford?
I did.
Last couple of days?
Yesterday.
Yeah.
You came on the train.
Here's Taylor in once more to Weatherly. He's solid in defence, pushing up to mid-on.
I literally got the train home and put a load of washing on. Virtually got that out, went to bed, woke up this morning, and got a train here. So I'm here today and tomorrow, and then first thing on Thursday morning I'll get a train down to London for day 1 of the final test.
Oh yes, set up beautifully at the Oval. I'd like to get your thoughts. Hampshire fans will be keen to know your thoughts on Liam Dawson and how he went in his first test match for 8 years. Here's Taylor and bowling to Weatherly, who's forward and there's no run. How did he get on then? We watched him on the telly and we were pretty proud of him.
I think rightly so. I actually thought he bowled well. I know the figures may not necessarily represent that, but the ideal is you're going to have a spinner who comes in and takes a bunch of wickets, particularly in the second innings. But man, there was not much help from the pitch. He was getting a few edges that were just not falling the right way.
Hampshire 43 without loss, and Taylor's into Weatherly. He's pushing this into the onside, nudging it nicely off his hip, and D'Oliveira will give chase. He's done a lot of running so far this afternoon has the Worcestershire captain, and they'll come back for a couple. 45 without loss, and Weatherly on to 13.
What I thought he did really well, though, was the other role of the spinner in being able to hold up an end, keep it really tight, and allow the seamers to be aggressive and attack from the other end. And you saw that particularly in the first innings. He was pretty key in that and picking up a wicket as well. And it was interesting, he came in and actually did the post-press conference that day. I think there was a lot of interest in people wanting to ask him questions.
Final ball of the 10th over from Taylor, and Weatherly lets that one go outside the off stump. Keeps a little low as well. End of the over, 10 gone, and Hampshire have made a good start after being put into bat this morning. Afternoon, even. 45 without loss.
So he came into, and you know what, you could tell, and I actually did ask him, do you not really want to say too much because it's just one wicket? Because genuinely, I felt for him, because I think he would have preferred not to have had to front up for media until he'd maybe got a couple of tests underway and a few more wickets, and I can understand that as well. And you could see his frustration. At one point, Ben Stokes literally put his arm around him because you could see he was frustrated, and I think he was taken off. He'd bowled so many overs, and I think Ben Stokes was thinking that he'd asked him to do enough for that, and he wanted to do more. You could see that clearly in his frustration. But I think it was difficult for all of the bowlers on that last day on that pitch as well. As we start a new over, Ben Allison into the attack. Right arm over, first ball left alone. It was Allison who almost had a chance of taking a catch, but as I said, I went back and looked at the replay. The ball was so low and it was outside his grasp.
He's a tall man as well, isn't he?
He is. Yeah, but even with his long arms, it was still sort of a long way to his right. But yeah, so I'm a big fan of. I've been on the Liam Dawson bandwagon for a while, to be honest. I think any spinner would have found things difficult on that pitch at that stage of the game. It's Allison in once more. It's flicked away through square leg. It's not going to get too far enough for them to get a single before Waite. It's a bit of a slide and fires the ball back in. It takes the score to 46 for none.
Was a lovely, lovely moment in that first innings, though, as I'm sure many Hampshire fans will have enjoyed watching on and seeing him get that wicket of Jaiswal in his second over. Nice little catch taken at slip, wasn't it? Yeah,
it was really good. Yeah, it was a fantastic moment, and I think there are a lot of people genuinely pleased for him. As Allison is in once more over the wicket, left alone outside the off stump by Weatherly. And I always felt, so there's the big buzzword, or buzz phrase I should say, there's a lot of talk about high ceilings in cricket at the moment, and that's one of the things that you hear said about Shoaib Bashir, and he's a young man who's still learning his craft and has had an unusual route and a bit of a difficult time with not being able to get a game, any game time at Somerset. As Ben Allison starts his run up again, he's in past the umpire, over the wicket, just again in that channel outside, off stump left alone by Weatherly. And as you can see the reasons that they like Shoaib Bashir as well, perhaps the potential that he has. I don't know how you measure ceilings, but if Liam Dawson, if he doesn't have as high a ceiling, if you like, I don't know how, but he's got a very high floor in that he won't. Do you know what I mean?
I've never heard anyone say that.
No,
that's a great phrase.
I'm bringing that in.
Yeah, I like that.
It won't let you down. Allison in, and that's just punched up towards mid-on.
Are you saying Liam Dawson's on the first floor? He's on the third floor?
No, I'm saying that there are some players at their best they can be brilliant, but then they have periods where
so their worst is good, if you know what I mean.
Their best is really good, but their worst can be really bad.
Oh, right.
That the floor.
That would be a low floor.
It's in the basement.
Oh, right, yes.
Well,
So that's what I mean. So if someone's worst is pretty good,
Yes.
they've got a high floor.
Yes,
Yes,
that
they're
is it.
reliable.
That's exactly it. Alison in. That's not offered a shot there by Weatherly. That finishes off the over. Quite a tidy one from Alison. Just the one run coming from it. Hampshire 46 for none. Weatherly on 13 and Middleton on 33. Yeah, so you see what I mean? And that's not saying that Liam Dawson's ceiling can't also be high, but what I'm saying is I don't think he lets you down, and I was very pleased for him that he's got the opportunity and will get one again at the Oval, and hopefully the pitch in Surrey offers him and all of the bowlers on both sides a bit more than what we saw at Old Trafford, because I'm afraid I've seen a bit too much attritional cricket in a couple of these tests for my liking.
Taylor to begin a new over, and Middleton lets that one go outside the off stump. Nice bit of carry through to Gareth Roderick. Yeah, I think we're all hoping that it's definitely not the, whatever it was, 800 and something for something that Surrey got in that county championship game. Let's not have one of those.
Let's
not. I have, by the way, also just Googled word to describe a raised floor. So we could say that Liam Dawson has a platform, he has a podium, he has a stage, a suspended floor maybe.
Thank you. These are all things.
Yeah, all things.
Yeah,
Days as well, there was apparently is a word for it, but anyway, good stuff. Middleton on strike, and he all just thinks about that one outside the off stump, and it's a genuine player in a miss, I'd say. I haven't seen that for a while.
No, there haven't been too many of those. It's been just a little bit too comfortable. Middleton's just been able to wait for anything a little bit loose, and at times it's felt like they've just given them a bit too much width, whether they've been able to just flick it through square leg or through mid-wicket, or the drives as well. There's just been a little bit too easy to score.
Taylor had a bit more control. As I say that, he bowls a low full toss, and Middleton knocks that down the ground, not fully in control of the shot, which means it won't go down to the boundary, but they'll come back for a couple, and Hampshire moved to 48 without loss. Yeah, like I said, I did think when I went out and had a little look at that pitch at the toss that it did look like it wouldn't have too many demons in it, and fairly short boundaries certainly on the offside as we look at things at the moment, with Tom Taylor bowling from that Diglas end, the far end. It's got the stand in place that has the sort of tarpaulin sight screen pushed over it, as Taylor runs away from that now, and Middleton lets that one go outside the off stump, way too wide to worry him.
It's interesting just looking across this field. If you look at one side, the side over near the pavilion, and look at the colour of the grass around the outfield, the patchy outfield, and then you look at where the cathedral side is, how much lusher and greener it is. It's interesting. It's almost two very distinct colours, that grass on either side.
Taylor in once more to Middleton, over the wicket, bowls, and Middleton lets that one go outside the off stump. Yeah, it's almost, I mean, it's not, is there a slope here? I think there is, but if anything, it's going away for it. It's coming down towards us from the cathedral, is it not?
Yeah, and that's interesting. Wouldn't mind seeing a bit more, but you mentioned the shorter offside boundary, as we are at the moment with the right-handed Middleton in and Taylor bowling from the Diglas end. That is the offside for him, is the one that looks a bit brown and patchy in comparison.
Middleton crouches down once again. The three slips go down also. Middleton pushes that into the offside, then rather points his bat at Joe Weatherly and says, no run, thank you very much. End of the over, 12 gone, Hampshire 48 without loss. Good start for the visitors. Yeah, I don't know why that difference. I don't know enough about these things to have even anything remotely intelligent to say as to why it could be.
Well, to be honest, I feel like the ground staff here are some of the heroes of cricket. What they've had to do, the amount of work that they have had to do to so many occasions try and get this ground ready for cricket in the most difficult of circumstances. as we see Ben Allison is going to continue. Weatherly on strike. First ball, just almost a bit of a leading edge all the way along the ground, but it looked like he was trying to turn that one into the onside, and it's ended up squirting out into the covers. There's a really badly placed pillar right in front of where my chair is, so as I'm commentating, I'm literally swaying from side to side.
You are,
as the bowler because
you've got quite a bit of chair room though. You could reset the chair.
I might have to start on one side. Here's Allison again over the wicket, just gets in behind that Weatherly and pushes it back to the bowler.
I can move to the right if you want.
Look, it's part of the charm.
Sure? Well, it is. Yeah.
It's part of the charm. Maybe I'll go.
You've got 2 whole days of this, though. There we go. Oh, but was it something I said?
Yeah, you should have worn deodorant.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you will be.
What can you do?
I know it is, but then as soon as he hits it to the leg side, I'll be.
It's alright. I'll take it. If it goes to the leg side, I'll pick up. Don't you worry. All good.
All part of the charm as Allison bowls, and Weatherly not interested in playing a shot. He's been trying to bowl in that sort of 4th, 5th stump channel, but Weatherly very aware of where his off stump is, and when you've got a partner up the other end who's going at better than a run of ball as Middleton is, Weatherly can afford to be patient. He's 13 off 41 deliveries, so he's playing the serene anchoring role at the moment, allowing Middleton to be much more aggressive. In comes Allison once more. That's defended, and Brett D'Oliveira comes herring in to almost pick the ball up at the bowler's feet. He's so quick, Brett D'Oliveira. He's not the tallest. He's quite diminutive, but he runs very, very quickly.
Little legs get going, don't they?
I do.
He's like a cartoon character.
He's one of my favourite players to watch running because he's so quick. He really is. In comes Allison to Weatherly. Defended, and there he goes again. Brett D'Oliveira running in from extra cover. Make sure there's no run.
Who was one of the... was it Alistair Cook that I think Graham Swan always used to call Woody, because he, on the other side of the spectrum, he ran like Woody from Toy Story. One of the least elegant runs, I think, ever. I think tall people generally do have less elegant runs. Also, one of the worst things to ever see is a video of yourself running. You ever seen a video?
I saw one the other day, actually. It was horrible. Here's Allison, defended straight out into towards extra cover. Who's there? Brett D'Oliveira. His legs pumping away. It's the end of the over from Allison, and it's a maiden over as well. 48 for none it remains. This is good from Allison coming in at first change. Yeah, I did. Do you know what? It was a Facebook memory that came up from a few years back, where basically I spent the summer running 501 miles for charity. So I ran that over the summer. A bit of a Brian Lara.
Wow.
Outstanding. And one of them I ran with the Australian women's cricket team were over here. And I did a lap at Derbyshire with Amanda Jade Wellington.
Change of bowling at the Diglis end. Matthew Waite into the attack, and he's bowling outside the stump off stump to Fletcher Middleton.
So a few different people did laps with me at various points, and yes, so Amanda Jade Wellington did a lap with me, and someone filmed it and I put it up. We had a little chat. I was like, there's me running alongside a professional cricketer.
Oh, no.
But the great thing was we were just jogging around together.
Yeah.
And right at the end, with about 10 steps to go, I put on a sprint just so that I could beat her.
You did? You beat her? After all that? in his weight, and that's outside the off stump. Bit of bounce there through to Roderick.
Well, I said I did.
You didn't just leave her high and dry, did you?
No, I just didn't tell her that it was a race, and so we were just going for a leisurely jog, and then I just put in 10 hard steps.
That's brave of you, because she's a professional sports person, and you know what they're like. They are so competitive, and she would have hated that. Although, knowing Amanda Jade Wellington, she would have. I mean, she's great fun, isn't she?
Oh, she's one
of the most joyful cricketers ever.
Yeah, she is. She is a cracker.
I enjoyed a game a few weeks back. There was a blast game at Taunton, and she won player of the match. And in the T20 blast this year, as Waite runs towards us, just 2 slips in place for Waite and a fielder at short extra cover, but that beats all of them, and that's going to go down to the boundary. I think to our right hand side. Is it? The fielder gives chase and actually does very well indeed. I think it was Jake Libby at cover who might have just got a few fingers to it, putting in the dive, and it means that they come back for 3 in the end.
That was a gorgeous shot, by the way, beautifully driven, and actually I think Jake Libby did quite well to just get a fingertip on it. Might not have been able to fully stop it, but he has saved a run there because that ball was well and truly hit.
Yeah, Hampshire going along nicely. It takes them past 50, 51 without loss. Middleton 38, Weatherly has 13. I will get onto this Amanda Jade Wellington story. It's not actually that exciting anyway. In comes Matthew Waite running towards us, bowls, and outside the off stump. A little bit of variable bounce actually just bowling from that Diglas end. That one just kept a little lower. But when you win player of the match in the blast this year, you win the sponsor has a little dog. A little dog called Stanley. It's a little sausage dog, and you win a stuffed dog. Not a stuffed dog, a toy dog. not a stuffed dog. Crucially, not a stuffed dog. The sponsors would be very angry if I started spreading that rumour.
Wow.
And so she did her post-match interview with, in front of the advertising boards, and instead of just holding the dog, she decided she just put the dog nicely sort of rested it on her shoulder as Waits into Weatherly and pushes that into the offside and there's no run. Did the whole interview with the dog just resting sort of on the top of her shoulder in her neck, and I just thought,
nice.
You don't get not many cricketers would do that.
No, she's particularly entertaining.
Yeah, she is.
Very, very fun.
Always has a smile on her face. We saw her play for the Southern Brave in the 100 down at Utility Bowl on a couple of seasons. I think she played down there, and by all accounts was a bundle of joy. Hampshire have had a pretty joyful start to this game, actually. 51 without loss as Waite is in to Weatherly, who's a little tucked up, pushes that to Brett D'Oliveira, and there is no run. So end of Matthew Waite's first over. He is the one change for Worcestershire from the side that lost to Warwickshire last week. So Matthew Waite comes in for Bertie Foreman. As for Hampshire, they are unchanged from the side that drew with Notts last week. Worcestershire won the toss, elected to bowl first, and Hampshire 51 without loss.
So 4 runs off the last 2 overs combined, and that's really what they need to do first and foremost. It's just try and create a bit of pressure, particularly on Middleton, who's just been able to score so freely. He's on strike now as we see a new over start from Ben Allison, who runs in, bowls. That's just pushed up to short extra cover, where Brett D'Oliveira picks it up and gives it a bit of a shine. So if Allison can double up here, he's only given away 1 run. He's bowled 2.1 overs. So it's been good stuff from Allison from this end. What you really want to do is see another bowler from the other end keeping that pressure on and just not letting up. So keeps going like this, just increase the pressure, and he comes once more. It's outside the off stump and it's played into the ground. Backward point runs around and keeps it to a single. It was well run. The ball didn't go very far. Takes Hampshire to 52 without loss.
Few more patches of blue sky.
I told you
developing above you were right, yeah, above that cathedral at the moment. Oh, that looks lovely.
Just brightening up just a touch. It's beautiful that site, isn't it? In comes Allison, bowls, and Weatherly not tempted to play a shot that again is just outside the off stump. So the last time I was here, I've come to Worcester so many times. I always said the last couple of times I tried to go in there. The first time I couldn't find the entrance because I was coming from...
To the ground?
No, to the cathedral.
To the cathedral,
yeah. I was along the river and I couldn't find an entrance for the river. I could sort of get to the courtyardy bits.
Right.
As Alison runs in, bowls, tries to flick that down the leg side, Weatherly, but doesn't make contact. And then, so that I sort of gave up. I thought I'd just go in for like 10 minutes or something before I came here. And then the last time I was here, I thought, right, this time I'm going in from the town side, or city side, I'm supposed to say, because there is obviously cathedral. And I went in, and it was Sunday, and the service was starting in about 15 or 20 minutes. And I said to them, is it okay if I just have a little look around here for 10 minutes? In comes Alison, who almost went to play at that Weatherly, but in the end pulled his bat away, left alone. And he wouldn't let me. So I was kicked out. I was kicked out of the cathedral. I don't know what it is, but I just feel like I've tried a few times to actually get in there and see it, and I've had very little luck. Mm-hmm. I don't know what that's
You didn't
about.
pull out. You didn't think to pull out the "Don't you know who I am" voice of cricket. You should have just said coming in from the pavilion end, and they would have gone. Oh, you come.
That's probably why they kicked me out. He knows who I am. Here comes Alison, on just nicely worked up to mid-on. Where, gosh, it is Karam who is fielding up there. So that was another tight over from Alison. He did just give up the one single in there. So he's bowled 3 overs, none for 2. That's good stuff. Kunwait, who has also been very tidy, keep that going. Hampshire 52 for none, Weatherly 13 and Middleton 39. Yeah, maybe he actually did know who I was. And that's why
I'm not buying that. No, I'm not buying that. Anyway, I'm getting out of here. Trevor Owen's coming in.
As we start a new over. First ball is just punched straight to extra cover by Middleton. There's no run to be had there. So good start from Waite as Worcestershire just look to try and curb the scoring that has been quite flowing from Middleton in particular. He's been terrific. Just dropped under a run of ball now, and he was going well above at one point, so it says something. Got a very straight, short mid-off in there. In comes Waite once more. This time the ball's just worked out to point. No run. Hello, Trevor.
Mel, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very good. This is our first time commentating together as well.
It is indeed. And, Hampshire, serene progress, pretty much.
Yeah, it's been a little bit easy for Middleton anyway. Weatherly's just been able to drop anchor because he's got an aggressive opening partner who's just found enough balls to put away. But these last few overs, the run rate has been brought down, so they're coming back a little bit into the contest. Next ball outside the off stump, and that is driven beautifully. Square drive. It's going to be 4 runs as it rolls out towards the ladies' pavilion. Lovely shot again from Middleton. It was a checked square drive and just perfectly placed to pick out the gap.
It was a beautiful shot, wasn't it, really? Other
lovely.
than Karam Shazad asked a few questions early on when he was bowling from the New Road end. He found the outside edge a couple of times, went past the edge a few times. Ben Allison, I suppose, has bowled reasonably well, but Hampshire, as I say, look fairly untroubled having been put into bat.
Here's Waite again, and full of ball. Doesn't get past that short, straight mid-off in that sort of catching position. He's not right. He's maybe about 4 metres away from the cut strip. 5 metres. My judgment of distance is terrible.
He's a couple of strips away from the cut strip.
He's a couple of strips away from the cut strip. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, and that boundary, I mean, that's just released the bit of pressure that was starting to build with a few tight overs. As Waite, he's in once more over the wicket, full of delivery and just played behind point by Middleton. No run.
You would think Hampshire would have to be very pleased with this, having been put into bat in what were obviously going to be tricky conditions after this morning.
Yeah, wet weather around, still lots of clouds about. To have brought up a half century before an hour of play has been done without the loss of any wickets. I think anyone would be very happy with that. Middleton taps his bat, raises it and waits as in comes Waite. Gets in behind that one and pushes it back to the bowler to finish off the over. Hampshire 56 for none, Weatherly 13. He's been there for a while, and Middleton 43 off 45 now, and I just say that because they have at least managed to pull him back slightly, because he was going at well above a runner ball at one point. He was striking at, I think, almost about 150, which was why I said earlier it was almost T20 rates.
Joe Weatherly very happy to play the anchor role here and let Middleton get on with it, I think, which seems a sensible approach.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see that Middleton is on, and so quite happy to just give him the strike whenever possible.
Allison then, New Road End is in, bowls outside the off stump, and no shot offered by Weatherly. It's through to Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. Yes, Worcestershire I think will be a bit frustrated by this now. They'd have hoped to get among the wickets by this stage, I would have thought, having, as I say, won the toss and put Hampshire in. We've got some blue sky above the ground now, first time today.
Well, I've been tracking it. I was the first one to spot it. Believe me, I'm always keen to find some.
Normally, I was mentioning to Robbie earlier on, the weather, as we're looking now, comes from our right-hand side. It does look brighter over there. Allison, past the umpire, is in, bowls, and slightly hurries the batsman, nothing too serious. Weatherly just pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. 56 for that loss, Hampshire. I'm actually quite impressed by how many people are on the Dollavera stand today, because obviously this morning wasn't particularly enticing if you were a bit of a loose end. Shall I go to the cricket or not? It's raining.
Well, actually, and weirdly enough, this is one of the few times I've been to Worcester, and I've just got a thin cotton sort of hoodie on over my t-shirt, but I'm actually a bit warm, and this is very unusual.
Allison in a ball, so that's just pushed up this time to mid-off. Lots of oohs and ahs from around the field.
Frank Watson loves to describe me as Nesh.
Nesh is a great word, yes. We like the word Nesh around here.
Yes, I usually get called Nesh at least once during match, but I'm not Nesh today.
I'm never quite sure how far the word Nesh travels, but obviously it's fairly generic, I guess. But
well, I do check now because I'm quite fascinated by it, but more in the north, I think, in this part of the world.
Allison bowls, that's worked towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I don't think you'd get it down south, would you?
Probably not, no. Mind you, the weather's warmer down there, so less need to be Nesh down there possible.
It's a bit like the Eskimos having however many words for snow. when you're in the north of England, you have a lot of different words for the types of cold that you can be. Although Nesh actually means soft, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It's much more of an insult.
Yeah, it is soft, but it's also someone who feels the cold. Certainly locally, they will call you Nesh for that. Ben Allison, who I would never call Nesh, bowls, and it's pushed to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 56 without loss, it remains.
No, he's been putting in some hard yards. I had a chat with him, his brother Charlie, when Worcestershire were down at Chelmsford, first match that they played against each other earlier this year. But Ben Allison seems to have grown into his role here at Worcestershire as well.
Yeah, I think the general feeling is it's been a good move for him. He's in again, and he bowls, and it's almost like carbon copy, really. Places in the mid-wicket, and there's no run, and that's a good over by Ben Allison. The end of it, 56 for that loss, Hampshire. Weatherly has 13, and Middleton, going along very nicely, thank you, has 43.
Now, Allison has been the ones to really put the stoppers on the runs since he came on, and Waite it did pretty well. He's just given away that one boundary. He's bowled 2 overs, given up 7 runs, but it was just that boundary, that one ball where it maybe just over pitched a little bit of width. That lovely square drive that Middleton played And it is Waite continuing from the Diglis end. He's in, and that is clipped straight to Brett D'Oliveira at short mid-wicket. No run for Middleton there, no way through. Still got 2 slips in. That's gradually been shrinking the slips cordon from where we started it this morning when Worcestershire won the toss and undoubtedly had high hopes that they could pick up a couple of early wickets. The ball was moving around a bit. Last round of the Kookaburra. This round as Waite is in, bowls. This time it's played out to backward point, no run.
Kashi Fally on ball polishing duties there.
Good luck. I don't know how. Yeah, good luck, Kashi. I don't know how much effect it's been having. I know it's been incredibly unpopular. The Kookaburra ball in the county championship, 4 rounds, especially 4 rounds at once, is a lot. I've got to say. As Waite runs in, bowls out a lovely drive, but it's well cut off, not cleanly at mid-off. Tom Taylor it is up there, but the dive was enough to prevent the boundary, because that was another lovely drive. And get through for a run though, just the single brings Weatherly on to strike.
Yes, I'm not sure the Bowlers Union, if there were such a thing, would be voting much in favour of the Kookaburra, should we say.
Hey, having said that, after having sat through Old Trafford and a couple of the tests, every test going 5 days and at times being a bit attritional in a couple of the tests anyway. Here is Waite in. That is clipped. This time it's straight of D'Oliveira. I'll still just get the single. As mid-on runs around to prevent any more. 58 for none.
I always think the word attritional is a great sporting euphemism, isn't it, really? Whether it's football or whether it's cricket or whatever, generally means, oh Lord, I wish I was somewhere else.
Yeah, I did that. It is. It is. Oh, it's personal preference, isn't it? I'm one who I prefer cricket. If it's going to tip one way, I prefer it slightly tipping in favour of the ball rather than the bat. If it's going to tip one way. As Waite is in, that is lovely, clipped off the toes, and it's going to be a chase on in the outfield. It is picked up in the end. I think that is that Karama? Karama's out there, so they get through for another single.
Worcestershire, you feel, Mel, have got to make something happen here, haven't they, really? Because having won the toss, it's all looking a little easy for Hampshire at the moment. Well, they're not easy, but it's not. They're looking largely untroubled, I think is the best way of putting it.
Well, they're not taking massive risks. I mean, Middleton has kind of just waited for anything over pitched or off on the pads or outside of off stump, a little bit wide. It's kind of just waited for those balls. So they need to be disciplined, Worcestershire. This next ball is just defended to the offside, and there's no run. 60 on the board for Hampshire now, and no wickets to fall. Weatherly on 14, Middleton on 46. He's faced fewer balls, I should say, than Weatherly, but has scored more than 3 times as many runs.
Scores elsewhere around the country. Bear in mind, a lot of these games, of course, will be more advanced than ours, given that we started late here at New Road. Durham, 140 for 7 against Surrey. That actually represents something of a recovery. I think they were 80 odd for 6 at one stage. Essex, 157 for 1. They're going along quite nicely against Warwickshire. Nottinghamshire against Somerset. Somerset, 180 for 3. That represents a major recovery, given they were 0 for 2. So 180 for 3, you'd probably take that.
Well, I was at the game last week at Derbyshire v Leicestershire, where they were none for 2.
Just break off as Allison's in here and bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Weatherly. He just raises the bat out of harm's way.
You ended up with an extraordinary scorecard after that, where everyone was scoring hundreds. Well, you had 2 ducks, and then I think did you have 3 hundreds, and then there was a bunch of single-figure scores again. It was the most bizarre scorecard. But Rahan Ahmed was the one who led that recovery. So it's kind of similar. We've seen that happen a few times, even in the Test match. India were none for 2, weren't they, in that second innings?
Yeah, and then
very, very odd.
Allison again moves in, right arm over the wicket, bowls. It's pushed towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 60 without loss here, Hampshire. Yorkshire against Sussex. Sussex are 120 for 5. In Division 2, Gloucestershire are playing Middlesex. Middlesex are 115 for 2. Kent are playing Leicestershire. Leicestershire 210 for 3 there. Lancashire against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 162 for 3. And Northamptonshire against Derbyshire, where Derbyshire are 188 for 5. Here, Ben Allison. In again, bowls, and that works also, again, a carbon copy towards mid-wicket by Weatherly, and there is no run.
This terrific pressure from Allison just in drying things up. He's still only halfway through his 5th over, and he's given up 2 runs.
Yeah, just what his captain would have wanted, I think. If you're not taking wickets, stop them scoring runs.
Well, I think he's had his lines pretty much sorted.
Yeah.
And his lengths as well. He hasn't been over-pitching. There have been no easy runs, flicks or drives.
Weatherly waits. Allison bowls him this time. He's gone after this one, and it's just a backward point and away towards the boundary for 4. So that class as a commentator's curse, do you think?
There's no such thing. He can't hear me. But as soon as I say that, he bangs one in short and wide, and it's flayed away for 4. There you go. It's the first time he's done that, and maybe it was an attempt to be a bit of a tempter. I don't know. In the end, it was just a nice little coat hanger out wide to be put away.
Yep, and Weatherly needed no second invitation. Just to remind you, in the national counties, Dorset, for Hampshire fans, Dorset thrashed Shropshire by an innings and 40 runs. As Weatherly waits, Allison's in and bowls to him. That's worked away nicely down towards fine leg or deep backward square, and they'll take 1, which moves the score on to 65 without loss. And Herefordshire are playing Oxfordshire. That's only going to go one way, and sadly for us, not the way of the home side. Herefordshire are 80 for 6 in their second innings, requiring a small matter of 449 to win. So, if I were a betting man,
you just never know.
Well, it'll need to rain.
You never know.
It'll need to rain heavily at Easter, I think. Here comes Allison again to bowl to Middleton this time. Middleton, that's a nice looking shot away through past extra cover. That's going to race away to the fence. Didn't really put a lot behind that, but he timed it beautifully, and it races away over the turf for 4 runs, and a generous hand for a half century for Middleton. Well batted he's played really well so far. 50 or 51 balls, as Dave Bradley on the PA confirms.
Well, it's been, oddly enough, even though it's been aggressive, it's been patiently aggressive, because he has just waited until the ball was there to be hit, but what he's done is made sure that he's capitalised on one. So you just saw that last ball from Allison, maybe after 5 overs, just tiring a little bit at the end, because after sending one down that was short and wide and flayed away, he's basically offered up a wide half volley and has been punished as a result. So it still has bowled very well, 2 maidens out of his 5 overs, none for 11, but just leaking when you think that 8 runs came off his last over when he'd been so tight. As now we see another change in the bowling. It's Finch who's come on. Adam Finch, first ball outside the off stump, left alone by Weatherly. Yeah. Seen Brett D'Oliveira out there a couple of times, just almost viciously clapping his hands, trying to get everyone up. Just quite where he might turn to as far as field placings going, asking something of his bowlers. He's at mid-wicket at the moment. In comes Finch. That's a short ball, pulled with control. That's going to be a boundary. And he's pulled that through mid-wicket, which tells you just how well he was able to pick up the length of that ball and it's ended up going past the covers that are sitting out there, and an awfully long way.
Yeah, as you say, it was inviting, wasn't it, for Weatherly, really, and he put it away with a fair bit to spare, just dropped a bit short, and it was duly dispatched, I think is the expression.
Well, it didn't have a lot of pace behind it, and when it doesn't, it's a bit easy for types like Weatherly to put it away, but the next ball flashes at it, and that's a genuine play and miss. You heard the excitement from the crowd there. They haven't had too many things to gasp over. There have not been too many play and misses, but that was genuinely one. It was much quicker from Finch.
To be fair to Finch, the one that was put away for 4 was only his second delivery, so he probably put that down as a bit of a loosener, really.
Yeah.
But that was much quicker, as you say.
He's in once more, bowls, and again a play and a miss. Just fizzing past the outside of the stump. That's a good length that he's bowling as well. Had to play at it. Goes for a little bit of a garden, does Weatherly. He's been extremely patient out there. He's 23, having faced 67 balls. It's Weatherly who's there at the moment. Middleton has looked more comfortable. In comes Finch. Bowls. This time he's clipped that one just into the leg side. Brett D'Oliveira will run around and keep it to a single. One ball remaining in this over. I'm very happy to see that they've kept the stand, that bar and balcony that they put up for the T20. It's sort of a black and grey structure with a balcony on the top and these really lovely sort of lime, almost iridescent sails on top. I went and watched a little bit from there last time I was here, and it's actually a really nice spot to watch from. I like it. Here comes Finch, he's in, bowls, and that's on him quickly, but Middleton gets on top of that one. It just dribbles out behind point, and they are unable to take a run, so a bit of a loose ball in there from Finch, but then recovered well. He gives up 5 off his first over. Hampshire 74 for none. Weatherly is on 24. Middleton on 50.
Yes, the structure you're talking about, it's new this season down there, and it's a lovely vantage point, and they've got the multi-faith sort of quiet area alongside it as well, so there's 2 constructions went up, as did a square onto the wicket, a piece between a section between the ladies' pavilion and the main pavilion. Meanwhile, here's Ben Allison charging in again, bowls, and that's played wide of mid-wicket. That's going to race away for 4, and bobbles over the rope now, and Weatherly picks up 4 more.
So Allison in his 6th over now, so first 4 overs that he bowled, he didn't concede a boundary. The 5th one, he conceded 2, and first ball of the next one. So after having kept it really tight in his first few overs, he's just let a few loose balls creep in the last couple of overs.
Let's see how he can respond. He moves in now to bowl to Weatherly, bat raised, pushes forward solidly, just plays it into the offside, and there's no run.
That shot there, for me, that defensive shot from Weatherly was so strong and looked almost more comfortable than some of the defensive shots he has played.
He did look very solid there, didn't he?
Yeah, really solid. He's not found the scoring as easy, and in that last over in particular, just a little bit unsettled by Finch with the plays and misses.
He's on 28, Weatherly. He waits now as Allison's in, bowls him. You get more runs here. That's away in front of square on the offside. A long chase back, but he's not going to get there. It's 4 more. They timed that beautifully as well. It just raced away.
But again, it's another wide ball that was kind of begging to be put away.
I think you're probably right, Mel.
Given a fair bit of width.
It's possibly tiring a bit now, Ben Allison, and maybe a bit of a change at the new road end will be going through Brett D'Oliveira's mind. I suspect he's rotated them. We've had 5 bowlers so far, haven't we? Have had a go. Curran, Tom Taylor. Ben Allison is bowling now. He's in, outside the off stump, through to Roderick. There's no run. And then we saw, of course, Matthew Waite from the Diglas end, and we've since seen Adam Finch. So no spinner, of course. Bertie Foreman, who was in the squad, didn't make the cut when the team was announced. It's 82 without loss here, Hampshire, so they will be absolutely delighted with this.
It's been, the Hampshire team has just played a Joe Root innings where you've looked up and suddenly realise it's 82. Next
ball is pushed, I was going to say wide of mid-wicket, but drops a hand on it in the end and prevents any run. A welcome dot ball. No, it's been...
is that Finch who just fielded?
I was just looking. I think it is. Was he doing mid-wicket?
It's picked up so well. It was Finch, I was right. Yeah, the way he just...
The reason the traditionalist in me thinking if he's bowling the foreign, I expect him to be down at fine leg or something. I didn't expect to see him at mid-wicket. But in comes Allison, bowls outside the off stump, through to Roderick, and again there's no run. That will complete the 21st over of the innings. We're due to have 72 in the day, incidentally. Whether we get 72 in will depend on the gathering gloom later in the afternoon, I suspect.
I thought it was supposed to brighten up a bit.
Well, according to the weather app, at 3 o'clock it told me there was a 71% chance of rain. Well, we're at 3:05 now, or 7 minutes past 3 to be totally accurate, and it's arguably one of the brightest parts of the day.
Someone actually told me something interesting about what that percentage means, and it was different to what I thought. I thought it was a 71% chance of rain. Someone told me it's 71%. No, hang on. I'm going to think about this to make sure I get it right. Here, next over, first ball from Finch has just worked up to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, while you were thinking about that, I thought the same as you. I thought it meant it was a 71% chance of rain.
But it's something to do with like 70... Something to do with the area, that a certain amount of the area...
Oh, okay.
There was a chance, like 71% of the area had a chance of rain or something. I don't know. Someone told me something that made me think it was different to what I thought it was. As Finch is in, bowls, short ball and pulls that one. It ends up going straight past Brett D'Oliveira, who has to race off towards the long on boundary. It was almost like he was through that shot earlier and played it a lot straighter than he meant to, and it might have been half a chance. I just wonder if that ball has just stopped in the pitch a little bit from Finch. In the end, they do get a couple of runs. Yeah, it looked like he was through that shot early, and if he'd got that slightly squarer, I wonder if D'Oliveira might have been in there. Here comes Finch once more. That's nicely driven out to wide mid-off. No, just take a one run.
Going back to the 71%, I see what you mean. So, for example, if you put in a search for Worcester as to whether it's going to rain, so there's a chance it might rain on 71% of Worcester rather than this bit.
Yes, but I don't know that it's
I'm not explaining
simple.
this very well. But
I don't think I am either. It's a good job that I'm not a weather forecaster. Let's put it that way. I'll stick to cricket. Here comes Finch. 2 slips in. There's another play and a miss. This one again from Weatherly, and Finch has caused him a few problems. That's the 3rd play and miss. This one just leapt a little bit more. He's a tall man. He gets good bounce. Weatherly goes for just a little wander, composes himself. That is definitely the 3rd play and miss we've seen just in these first couple of overs of Finch's spell. Coming in from the Diglas end, and over the wicket. Next ball is fuller, and Weatherly gets him behind it. It just rolls back to Finch, who picks it up and then just goes and scuffs and around the crease and then stamps it down as The umpire looks on carefully. Just maybe felt that the ground was slipping perhaps as he was landing that braced front leg. Turns at the top of his mark. Runs in, bowls to Weatherly, who just plays this defensively out to point. No run, and at the end of the over, Hampshire 85 for none. Weatherly, he's been tested outside off stump, but he's still there on 32, and Middleton is 53. In fact, you always feel like Weatherly just needs to find a single to get Middleton on strike at the moment, because he's the one who's finding it much easier.
It has been, a very solid start here by the visitors, Hampshire.
By the way, I'm going to disappear for a little bit.
Marvellous. Okay, well, lovely to see you. Thank you very much. No, I didn't mean marvellous. I meant you did that seamlessly is all I meant to do. I went to the right charm school. Next ball is played out for a single. And Hampshire, somewhat worryingly for Worcestershire here, with the exception of Adam Finch, who's gone past the outside edge of Weatherly's bat 2 or 3 times in the last over, they've looked pretty much untroubled as Robbie moves back in alongside me.
I think Melinda's gone. She's walked off now after that. What would you like? Your scorecard?
That'd be lovely, thank you.
No bother.
Next delivery is worked away to square leg, past square leg umpire, and in off the fence. Will come Allison, and keeps it down to 1. If you could pass the pen to go with it, that'd be lovely.
You are needy, aren't you? So I passed you your scorecard, and now you want a pen to go with it. Anything else you'd like over from over here? This is I'm in your section, aren't I? I'm sitting in your little area.
It's the way the system works.
Well, yes. No, I like it. Very nice.
But on a serious note, as I say, Hampshire pretty much untroubled. Middleton, I think, has played beautifully, and Weatherly's played the anchor role really well.
Yep, he has indeed. Hampshire going along very nicely. I'll let you pick it up this over. Go on.
Bowls, and this time just gets him a little squared up, Middleton, and there's no run.
Yeah, Middleton's 4th 50 of the season. He's yet to convert any of them into hundreds, though, and he would love to do that for sure. But very good.
Matthew Way on to replace Ben Allison at this end, the New Road end. And Mel and I were saying, perhaps not surprising, he bowled really well in his opening 4 overs, but just then 1 or 2 loose deliveries, waits in, bowls. Very solid behind that is Middleton, just basically drops the bat on it, and Waite fields in his follow through. There's no run.
I enjoyed watching Adam Finch though.
Yeah,
looked good for those couple of. It just looked like he added a little bit of pace, a little bit of aggression, but it looked like he made a bit of an impact those couple of overs. And
his second delivery got put through mid wicket for 4, and then that almost sort of angered him a bit. Because the next 2 were very rapid as they went past the outside edge. Wait again from the New Road end. Bowls outside the off stump and left well alone at this time by Middleton. Just watches it into the gloves of Roderick, and there's no run.
What is Nesh?
Nesh.
I heard this earlier.
Nesh. Certainly where I live, it tends to mean more you feel the cold easily.
And that's a word for this area, is it?
I've
never heard it.
Mel seemed to think it was a sort of northern, sort of Midlands expression. So maybe.
It might be.
In the warm south where you come from, you see, maybe it's not so applicable, but soft or feels the cold easily, I think is. I'm sure Susie Dent would have a better description.
Give her a message.
Yeah, drop her a message and ask. Yeah. Tell us what Nesh is. Weight bowls, and that's just ties the batsman up a little bit, Middleton, but they're going to come back for 2. I think it's going to be signal leg byes in a moment. We'll wait and see. The umpire indeed concurs. So that will be 2 leg byes, and Hampshire will move on to 89 without loss.
Looks like Joe Weatherly's going to get a drink, and he is. I think just the 12th man, Toby Albert, running out there. Just to clear up as well, I had a few messages from a few people asking, where is Kevin James? Where is he at? Well, he's not. Don't worry, he is coming back. Don't you worry. He hasn't abandoned ship mid-season. He's on a I think he's on some sort of American road trip, some sort of family affair going on for him. But don't you worry, he'll be back. I know a few people are pretty surprised. It's the first time he's missed a game in about 83 years, I think. So yeah, he will be back. But he's in the States having a nice. I'm imagining him with some cowboy boots on, driving a Cadillac with a cigar in his mouth. That's sort of what I'm imagining, and a beer in his other hand as well.
Probably not with his driving, to be fair.
Well, no, different rules out there, isn't it? But no, you're right, probably not. But hi to you, Kevin. He's the kind of guy who probably would. No, he's not tuning in, is he? He's not listening. He's not bothering with this game. But yeah, just me for this week, and then he'll be back next week. Don't you worry about that. Who we got? Adam Finch. Going to get things back underway after the two batters have had a drink. Weatherly has 33 to his name. Middleton with 54. Hampshire 89 without loss. And they lost the toss earlier on today. And Weatherly pushes that into the onside. And Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding. And lobs it into Gareth Roderick. And yeah, I liked Melinda's comparison to a sort of a Joe Root style innings from Hampshire this has been, isn't it? Where you look up and suddenly they are 89 without loss.
Well, I came back in for my second stint. I thought, how did they get to that?
Yeah.
It was a little bit like that.
Yeah, and you just wonder, Brett D'Oliveira will just be... It's that time as a captain, I would imagine. We had an hour and 35 minutes or so of play. As Weatherly just gets an inside edge. Hasn't looked too troubled so far this afternoon, but he gets one down to the fielder at fine leg. And actually, it barely makes it to that fielder at fine leg. It makes it about 25 yards. From Joe Weatherly, and so they actually managed to get two. That fielder running in from fine leg had to pick up the ball that had stopped, and it's a no ball as well. So even if Joe Weatherly had got an inside edge onto his stumps, it wouldn't have been out. Yeah, I just wonder what Brett D'Oliveira, after winning the toss, decided to have a bowl first. Good overhead conditions, some moisture in the air, a little bit of grass on the pitch. Certainly would have hoped for a breakthrough or two as Weatherly leads that one outside the off stump. But I don't think there's too many demons in this pitch.
No, it's been obviously Worcestershire have had well documented issues with the pitches, largely because 6 times during the winter it was under floodwater, which, to be fair to the ground staff, they did a fantastic job to get cricket here at all at the start of the season. Really, I think Worcestershire played the first 3 games away from home to give the ground staff extra time to prepare the square, but they had a great big tent over it for a large part with warm air under it.
Tall figure of Adam Finch passes the umpire, and Weatherly is up on his toes and playing that back to Finch, who just puts a foot in the way of the ball and a quite nice little bit of footwork, nudges it up into his hand and he'll walk back to his mark.
It's almost well, I'm not going to say unique because I don't know worldwide, but certainly very unusual problems that Worcestershire face compared to other counties with the flooding.
Yeah, some of those drone shots you get over the winter, it's devastating.
The summer flood was the worst one we had here.
Here's Finch once again over the wicket, and that's a Yorker to Joe Weatherly. Digs that out and pushes it to the fielder on the deep square leg boundary. They'll come through for a single. 94 without loss as the scoreboard ticked over. No, 90. Oh yeah, no, 94 without loss. Should have backed yourself, Robbie.
It was July 2007, I think it was, when we had the summer flood, which I'll tell you about during the course of this over. It was quite extraordinary.
A couple of slips in place. There's a fielder on the third boundary, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 fielders out on the leg side. Here is Finch bowling, and forward is Middleton, and there is no run.
Dave Bradley and I were down here for day 1 of a championship match, and it was hosing it down in the morning, and I remember saying to him, I'm going to go back to the office, there's not much point in us both being here. At which point David Leatherdale, who was the chief executive of Worcestershire at the time, came and said, I've got a marquee full of guests for lunch and no cricket, would you mind coming and doing a Q&A with the a couple of players? So Dave went to do that, and I went back to the office, and Dave reappeared in the office about 3 o'clock. I said, you're never going to guess what happened. And again, I'll go into that after Finch's next delivery.
Tall figure of Adam Finch running towards us from that far end, and bowls short to Fletcher Middleton, who swivels and pulls that out to the fielder at deep square leg, who runs around to their left hand side, and they'll come through for a single. Little bit of bounce, little bit of impact. End of the over, 24 gone, and Hampshire 94 with that loss.
And I said to Dave, no, what happened then? And he said, well, I was doing the Q&A with the players, and the waitress was tugging at my sleeve. I made a bit of a joke of it, saying, hang on, I'm trying to work here, and she said, you're going to have to evacuate the marquee, sir. It's flooding in the bottom corner.
Wow.
And no exaggeration at all, about 3 hours later, all you could see of that marquee was the pennants on top of the flagpoles. That it came across that quickly. A number of cars were lost.
So this is the one by the chestnut tree?
Yeah, and the former marquee might have been a little bit lower, to be fair, but the principal stands, it just came across in a torrent. Extraordinary. And that was in July. They didn't play here again that season. In comes Waite from the New Road end. Bowles, that's flicked away down to deep backward square. They'll take a very comfortable single, which will bring Weatherly onto strike. Middleton will move on to 56. The total to 96 without loss. Now, I think that was the year that they took off the entire turf off the and put a new drainage system in. They took the chance while they had that opportunity. But ended up on playing lots of outgrounds, playing Derby. I think they played at Edgbaston. Played home games at those grounds, I should stress. In comes Waite Bowles outside the off stump through to Roderick, and there is no run.
Yes, well, I know there's been a lot of talk about this ground and the future of it over the years, but it is you can see why. I mean, this is my first time in. You can see why they're so desperate to hold on to it and try and stay here if it's going to be
well, the plan now is for an alternate ground, so they'll keep New Road. To be honest, given it's in a floodplain, what else you could do with it would be a moot point as well, I think. As Waite runs away from us, right arm over the wicket, he's in. Bowles pushing forward very solidly is Weatherly, and there is no run. So I think the plan now is they'll have, well, it's in the public domain, they'll look for an alternate ground, of which of course, second 11 games could be played. The cost of women's cricket is now much bigger than it used to be, so you need more wickets rather, so that make a good venue for them as well. It's finding the right place at the right price, I guess, is going to be the main issue. But they want to keep New Road as it is really the heart and soul of Worcestershire cricket. Weatherly waits. Waite bowls to him. Weatherly pushes forward into the offside. There's no run. He remains on 36.
Weatherly waits and Waite's bowls to him.
Yeah,
say that 3 times
as I was saying that, I thought I could go horribly wrong here in a moment.
God.
But,
Weatherly waits and Waite bowls quick. It's good stuff from you, Trevor. Very good.
I'm going for a lie down in a dark room after that, I think.
Yeah.
Matthew Waite is in animated conversation with Tom Taylor as he makes his way back to his mark. And Joe Weatherly is taking his time. He's happy now. Settles over his bat. Matthew Waite bowls. And that's off an inside edge, square on the leg side. And Jake Libby will jog round to field. And they'll take one more. 97 without loss. It has been such a good start by Hampshire.
Yeah, and I'm just going to look up, not to jinx Hampshire, but I'm just going to look up and see how many 100 stands they've had for the opening partnership this year. I can't recall any, to be honest, but I'll just look it up and see. They're 4 away from getting to the ton mark for the opening wicket.
Waite to Middleton, who plays it to Libby at mid-wicket. Libby misfields, unusually, but he pounces on it at the second attempt. And that will complete the over. At the end of it, Hampshire then 97 without loss, with Weatherly on 37, Middleton on 56, and 56 has come from only 64 deliveries. And Waite now has bowled 5 overs for 15 runs.
Don't forget, if you want to get in touch throughout the course of the afternoon, whatever you're doing on this, well, it is I don't know wherever you are in the country. Hopefully the sun's coming out for you. A little bit overcast here still, brighter than it was when we arrived at 9:30 this morning. You can get in touch at BBC HW Sport, isn't it?
That'll be the one.
On X. Lovely stuff. Of course, the next 4 days. Apology to the Solent listeners. No emails for me this week, I'm afraid, as Weatherly nudges that off his pads out to the fielder in front of square on the leg side, and they will come through for a single 98 without loss.
Of course, big celebrations in London today with the Lionesses' homecoming.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
So that'll be the focal point.
good fun, that. Good days. Big summer days. Reminded me of the... I heard someone on 5 Live talking about it, saying it could be reminiscent of the 05 Ashes celebrations in Trafalgar Square as Finch is in, and on the back foot is Middleton. Has a lovely shot. Just punching that off his back foot through the covers. No one out there on the cover boundary. And he moves on to 60, and he has looked brilliant this afternoon for Hampshire. It's the 100 stand as well, and I've just looked it up, and I don't think there has been a 100 stand for the opening wicket so far this season for Hampshire. But Middleton and Weatherly, 102 without loss. Middleton has 60 of them, and Weatherly has 38. A brilliant start for the visitors.
Again, he seemed to have all the time in the world to play that shot, didn't he, really? He played it beautifully.
Yeah.
And as with all good players, it's a great comparison for him. But I remember Graham Hick looking like that. He seemed to have all the time in the world to play various shots.
It's a trademark Fletcher Middleton shot, and he tries to do a similar thing there, but just gets a little square of the wicket, which means it just goes to the point fielder, and there is no run. Yeah, he's very good at sort of punching off the back foot. He's a short cricketer. Short cricketer? Short human. Fletcher Middleton. And he is a cricketer as well. Probably he is a cricketer who is a short human. Yeah, anyway. Stop talking, Robbie. He's batting well, regardless. He's the man from Fair Oak. Still plays the odd bit of club cricket, I know, for Fair Oak throughout the course of the summer. As Finch is in now. That one just keeps a little lower on him. I've seen a bit of variable bounce from that far end, the Diglas end. Not enough to trouble Hampshire batters too much there.
Of course, the timing will be slightly different because we had a late start. So do we know when
3:55.
3:55. That's it.
That was my one job when I went off commentary, was to go and find out when tea was. 3:55. I did it with about 3 minutes to go before I came back on commentary. Forgotten to do it.
We have sunshine away to our left-hand side.
Is that what this is?
Oh, it's watery sunshine.
It's watery sunshine, yeah. Here's Finch bowling, and short and swivelling is Middleton, and where does that go? It goes out to that fielder at deep square leg, and I think actually just bounces in front of them anyway. They come through for a single. There was a sort of half a cry of catch it, but I'm not sure that was ever going to trouble the fielder. And they come through for one more. Hampshire 134. That scoreboard's not too sure what's going on. It's gone from 102 for no wicket to 104 for no wicket, but they definitely came through for a single there. Just catching up with itself. Anyway, maybe it's the sun coming out that's distracted it. Here is Finch bowling once again, and a short one to Weatherly, and he decides not to hook it. He just lets it go, ducks underneath it, and it's the end of another over. Finch has bowled 4 overs, none for 21. Hampshire 104 without loss.
Live cricket here on the BBC Sport app and website, courtesy of BBC Herald and Worcester and BBC Radio Solent. And I started my BBC career at Solent many moons ago.
Did you?
I did. I wasn't there long.
Oh.
No particular reason. So I got the job from having moved from commercial radio. I went to Solent, working under Grant Coleman back in the day on the sports department. Oh. And as soon as I got down there, a staff job came up at Hereford and Worcester, the patch in which I'd been working previously. In comes Waite from the New Road end, bowls, and that's flicked away through mid-wicket. They're going to pick up one. I think it'll only be one. It will only be one. They're just jogging through. As Ben Allison is in off the fence to do the fielding, and they take a comfortable single. So I applied for the staff job at Hereford and Worcester, which in those days staff jobs were very, very rare, and was fortunate enough to get it. So my stay in Solent was fairly brief. But I loved it down there.
I was going to say, did you enjoy it?
I did, absolutely loved it. To the point where I said to the management down there when they said, well, you've only been here a month and you're leaving. And I said, well, if you can offer me a staff job, I'd quite happily stay, because I really enjoyed it down there. I was lucky I was down there when the Round the World Yacht Race was finishing. And I was dispatched down there to interview the various crews as they came home, which was always a good trip. Here comes Waite again. He's in, bowls, and that's just off the bottom edge, really. In the end, he tried to just push it back, and it just bounced down to the crease in front of him. Karam Sharad is going through some rigorous warm-up exercises here at mid-on. Shazad, he's identifiable by the orange soles to his boots. He's stretching his back extravagantly. Now, the beauty of doing the Round the World Yacht Race is, of course, all the sponsors had hospitality when he went down to get the interviews when the crews returned.
Yes.
And given the nature of the race, they returned 2 or 3 days apart. In comes Waite, balls outside the off stump. No shot needed from Weatherly, none offered. It remains 104 without loss. But that was I remember my digs were on the edge of the New Forest. It was a lovely part of the world, really.
Does that still happen, the round the world yacht race?
I assume it does. I haven't heard much about it lately, but
I know there was the big in Portsmouth. I think it was. Someone will hopefully message in. I think there was the Sail GP. That's a big event that happened in Portsmouth in the last couple of weeks or so. All looked very fancy down there.
In comes Wade, bowls, and that's everything in behind it from Weatherly this time. Pushes it up to Shazad at mid-on, and there's no run. Well, I'm telling how long ago it was I was in Solent, because Hampshire played at the previous ground.
Northlands Road.
Northlands Road, yeah. I used to go down and interview Mark Nicholas.
Did you?
4 games, yeah.
What a man.
Yeah, it was always lovely. Great to interview. It was fine. Well, most cricketers are, to be fair. Matthew Waite. I think we can almost class as the sunshine now.
Yep.
Since there's a shadow, so it's a fair barometer. In he comes, bowls. That's off an outside edge, backward a point. Well, no, I was being a bit unkind off an outside edge. Backward a point. A tumbling backward point is unable to get anywhere near it, and it runs away for 4 runs. And the runs are starting to come a little easily from a Worcestershire point of view, really. When Ben Allison came on, he kind of tightened things up for a little while. But well, if you'd have offered Hampshire this at 140, they would have bitten your hand off, really, wouldn't they?
Well, they would have. Again, I'd say I don't think Worcestershire have done a whole load wrong. Maybe been a little inconsistent, but generally, I think it just looks like a pretty good pitch. And this Kookaburra ball, as we know, if you don't make an inroad within the first half hour, then quite quickly scoring can become quite easy.
Weatherly, who has 42 to his name, faces up to Matthew Waite. Weatherly pushes into the extra cover area, and there is no run. And that will complete the 27th over of the innings.
And that's where that first half an hour where they, again, I wouldn't say Worcestershire did a whole load wrong, but you just got to hope that you make an impact or two. You get 3 and 4 and 5 if you can out into the middle and try and make as many inroads as you can in that first half hour, because now all of a sudden the sun does come out and the outfield will have just quickened up a little bit as well, and suddenly things look a whole load easier, and there's going to be a change in bowling.
Karam Shazad is going to come into the attack from the Diglis end. This time he opened up at the New Road end, but he's going to have a go from the other end. Yeah,
off the back of a good display last week from him in that first innings. We're at 6 for 42. I think he definitely looked the most threatening of the 2 opening bowlers this morning.
Well, he found the outside edge a couple of times, didn't he? And it didn't carry.
Yeah.
And he went past the outside edge several times.
Keep saying this morning. We started at 140, Robbie. You were doing nothing this morning. You were having a cup of coffee. Here he is, over the wicket then to Fletcher Middleton, and Middleton's on the back foot and plays that to, well, the fielder. I don't know where that fielder is. Is it a short third man, sort of back gully-ish?
Yeah,
often you see a short third man backward point. That's a backward point, isn't it? Is it? It's Jake Libby there.
Yes, Jake Libby. It's
a very backward point.
It is a very backward point. Yes, I'll take your point if you see what I mean.
Well, yeah. Very good. You can tell that we've had a few hours and just sitting around doing nothing.
If the boss is listening, I was working hard, honestly.
No, he wasn't. No, he's just walking around, twiddling his thumbs. Here comes Karam as well. Bowling, and on the back foot is Fletcher Middleton. And there is no run. And just has a little scuff of the run up there, of the footmarks, doing a little bit of work. I never quite know what the bowlers are doing when they're kicking around there. Umpire Illingworth keeping a careful watch.
I think this is where Brett D'Olivero will want his overseas player to make something happen here. As you quite rightly say, Robbie proved he can do that at Edgbaston last week.
0 for 30 so far into the 28th over. 45 still remaining in the day. There were 72 in total. We lost that entire morning session. Here is Karam again, bowling over the wicket, and on the back foot is Fletcher Middleton. There is now, actually, there's no run. There is now a fielder out on the sort of deep cover deep point, or deep cover point boundary. Basically, it is just between the ladies' pavilion and the Graham Hick pavilion, perfectly centred. There's a fielder out there on the boundary for that punch shot from Fletcher Middleton. Although I would say is that you probably want to be pitching the ball up. I don't think they've sort of got that fielder on the deep cover point boundary for that back foot punch from Fletcher Middleton, but he's only going to do that if you bowl back of a length, and I'm not sure you want to on this pitch. Here he is again, bowling a Yorker length, this time to Fletcher Middleton, who does well to dig it out and get a single into the leg side, and when you're in that kind of nick, you do manage to find singles even from good balls. 109 for no wicket.
Definitely the best part of the day weather-wise. Large patch of blue sky just beyond the ground, over towards the cathedral.
Yeah, because it always looks lovely, the cathedral. You can see it crystal clear now. Lovely.
Dave Bradley always says it changes colour throughout the course of the day, obviously depending on the sunshine.
Yes.
And the conditions. It's
surrounded by greenery and trees. Here is Karam bowling again, and Weatherly nudges that up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-on, who's been diving around quite a bit in the last hour or so, and there is no run. Yeah, it looks lovely, so just surrounded by greenery, and you see a couple of other little rooftops there. It's lovely. There's absolutely nothing in the way between where we are here in our commentary box and that cathedral, other than a few trees, but standing out looking very picturesque. Karam again, running towards us, over the wicket, bowls, slightly stuttery run up, and forward is Weatherly, no run.
Yeah. So late in the afternoon, sometimes you get bell ringing practice, which sort of just wafts across the ground. You know, the campanologists or the bell ringing team.
The who?
Campanologists, that's bell
ringers.
Is
that what they're called?
Yes, yeah, bell ringers. I think.
It's the second thing you've taught me to do. Well, actually, no, it's the third. I've had Nesh.
Nesh, there you go.
I've had what do you call them? Campanologists.
Campanologists, that's bell ringers.
Campanologists, and then what was the other one we had? Turns. The
Turns,
birds.
yes.
God. Trevor Owens, goodness me, ever the educator.
Font of useless knowledge. Yeah.
No, I like it. The bell ring is though. When I arrived last night and I went to go and get some dinner, and I went. There's a couple of restaurants in that sort of Cathedral Square area, and they were doing the bell ringing, and it was noise. I think there must have been about 20 people on the bells. There was so much going on. You know, normally you just hear sort of one tune, but there were thousands of bells going.
Ethan Brooks into the attack from the knee road end. He's in, bowls, and it's turned into the leg side, and Roderick will jog round from wicket keeper to keep him down to 110 without loss here. We've many of the time we've done cricket commentary here and looked at the flag on top of the. There's no flag on the Cathedral Tower today, but sometimes there is, and you think, what's that flag and why is that up there and what's that representing? And then someone who is an expert on flags will let us know what it represents.
Nothing up there.
Nothing today. Now, Ethan Brooks in, bowls. That's worked away towards the sweeper on the leg side boundary, and they pick up one. It's Adam Finch out there. Sixth bowler being pressed into action then by Brett D'Oliveira, Ethan Brooks.
Yeah, and Hampshire will definitely have their eye on him when he comes into bat, wherever that might be. He had another good week against Warwickshire last week.
He's in again, Brooks, and that's played towards mid-on, or just wide of mid-on, where Waite will do the fielding. And again, they're picking up a runner ball at the moment.
Yeah, that period where, like you say, even the good balls they're struggling to keep to dots.
112 without loss here, Hampshire. It's been pretty comfortable for them so far. Brooks bowls, and that's pushed again towards Finch, who's going to come sprinting in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. Gets his throw away quickly, keeps them down to 113 without loss. Still plenty of enthusiasm around the field for Worcestershire. Lots of applause and come-ons. But they know they need a wicket now, and they need one quickly. Probably two, really. Middleton on 64 faces up to this ball from Brooks and just works it towards the short mid-wicket area where Ben Allison will field, and there's no run.
Nah, they wouldn't want to get to tea with no wickets in the bag.
They've got to make a breakthrough before long, you think, especially in their position in the table. They need to start making things happen, really. And Mel was quite reasonably making the point with the Kookaburra ball as well. In comes Brooks again, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That did beat him. All ends up Middleton. And, well, it's a good end to the over by Brooks, but still Worcestershire look for this breakthrough. And I was just looking to see if Mel wanted to come back in, because my hour is up, but she's, I think, texting someone at the moment, so we'll give it one more over and then...
well, maybe it's after what you said, what you said earlier.
Marvellous,
she's not coming back.
She said, I'm heading out.
Yeah, you said marvellous.
Well, I tend to say marvellous to everything.
Oh.
Oh dear. It wasn't. No slight on Mel.
No, we love Mel. Good to have her with us on day one of this county championship match. If you are just joining us, welcome along. Trevor Owens, Robbie James with you. BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Solent as well.
It'll be something of a squad effort this week, I think, because I'm here for the first 2 days, then Frank Watson will be here for the last 2, Mel's here for the first 3 days, I think, and you're here for the duration.
I'm here for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You are the constant.
Oh, steady on. That's not good. Who planned that? Anyway, Karim Shazad to begin another over. Bowls over the wicket to Weatherly, who's cutting that nicely out to the fielder at deep point. And they will come through for a single, 114 without loss, and Weatherly on to 45. A little bit of control needed here from Worcestershire. I just wonder what can they do differently. And I'm thinking that ball at the end of the last over that beat the bat of Fletcher Middleton, I could probably count on one hand the number of times that's happened in the last couple of hours that we've had now. Just have not been many alarms at all for Hampshire. Here is Karam as well, bowling, and that's short and pulled away into the onside, and that fielder at deep mid-wicket does a little long barrier, throws it on the full to Gareth Roderick. There's a few ground staff behind him, just not keeping an eye on the covers. Don't worry about that. I don't think there's any rain around just now, but they're just doing a few errands. I can see a couple there pointing around, bringing a couple of tarpaulins in and out, just preparing themselves to maybe come out with the line painters, etc. In fact, actually, they're putting the tarpaulin over the roller. Maybe they're going home. Or maybe there is rain coming, who knows. Anyway, forward is Weatherly, pushing it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
They're putting the tarpaulin over a piece of machinery, are they?
They are, it's over the roller, I think it is.
Okay.
Which either means they're done for the day, and they're going home. It could mean that there's rain coming, and they want to protect the roller. Or they just wanted something to do with the tarpaulin, not too sure. They've been kept busy this morning. Did a very good clear-up operation. Means that we got going at 1:40. Worcestershire won the toss, elected to bowl first, and Weatherly, just gets this one fine and past the keeper down the leg side, and it will run away to the boundary for 4, and Richard Illingworth signals for 4, so it did come off the bat. And Weatherly moves on to 49. Half a chance, maybe, for Gareth Roderick.
And if you can hear some typing in your headphones...
I can.
Someone's obviously gone into a studio.
Is that what it is?
Yes, I'm going to let you commentate while I ask them not to talk.
No, that's no bother at all. They can talk. I'll try and work out what they're typing. You never know, I might be able to get that anyway. Weatherly on 49. Hampshire 119 without loss. Here is Karam bowling, and Weatherly is forward. Gets down on one knee at the completion of that shot, and there is no run. The fielders will just having a little bit of they'll look quite thoughtful. That's slip cordon, couple in place, couple of slips, gully as well. Fielder at deep point as a cover, mid off, mid on. 2 fielders out on the leg side, a deep mid wicket for that pull shot that a couple of the we've seen in the last couple of overs, and a fine leg fielder as well. Here is Karam running towards us, over the wicket, bowls, and on the back foot is Weatherly, cutting that ball down to the fielder at deep point. He runs around to their left-hand side, and it'll bring up a second 50 of the season for Joe Weatherly, coming off 102 balls. He has rather played second fiddle to the Fletcher Middleton show in the first couple of hours of this game, but he's looked no less impressive, just picking up 1s and 2s and the odd boundary. You have to say Fletcher Middleton has probably looked the most flowing and exciting of the two, but Joe Weatherly playing a fine knock as well. So 50 from 103 balls. Fletcher Middleton's came off 51. So certainly been going in different gears. But Hampshire will be extremely delighted with the outcome. 120 without loss. End of the over that was. So 30 gone, and Brooks beginning a new over, bowling over the wicket to Weatherly, who pushes that into the onside, and there is no run. You know what's really funny right now, Trevor?
Yeah, I did pass the message on. The message is getting through, I think. But
we can hear the message getting through. Yeah. So for those that obviously you can't hear this wherever you're listening, but we've got someone typing in a studio in one of our ears.
And now being told they're typing in the studios. Ethan Brook is in, bowls, and that's played towards mid-wicket. Ben Allison will field, and there's no run. It's an occupational hazard, this game.
It's great.
Stuff goes through studios, I'm afraid. That
imagine if that person said something obscene. You know, imagine if there's something. You know, it could be anything going on.
Indeed.
I rather feel like I shouldn't be in there.
Brooks is in, and the next delivery is pushed very solidly by Weatherly back up the track, and there's no run. Yeah, it's sometimes when you get people recording things for the breakfast program or interviews in your headphones, it's all good fun. It's happened and will happen forever and a day, I suspect. Well, thanks to Felicity Kafezic, who went downstairs to sort that out for us. In comes Ethan Brooks bowls, and he does look very solid in defence, does Weatherly. I mean, at this level you expect him to look solid, I suppose, but very good 50 from him. He's played in many ways as the anchor role to Middleton, although he's actually closed the gap. He's got 50, Middleton's got 65. But it's been a really good performance by these two for Hampshire. Brooks bustles in again, bowls, and this time flicked away towards the sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, who is Adam Finch out there. I'm told by Dave Bradley that Graham Hick is on the ground today.
Oh!
It's the former Players' Day, actually, in the marquee.
Oh.
So, thanks to Dave for flagging that up.
You're going to go find him, get a little...
we might do it.
Have a little chat.
Yeah.
Get an autograph.
In comes Brooks bowls. Forward comes Middleton again. Yes, it is former Players' Day here today. Tim Curtis, I think, is on the ground as well. So there'll be some great Worcestershire names from the past over there enjoying the hospitality in the marquee, I'm sure. 121 without loss here. Hampshire, the former Worcestershire players might not be enjoying that aspect so much, really, but this is to take absolutely nothing away from these two who have played really, really well.
Just feels like there's not been enough pace in this Worcestershire attack. Just looking at that last Ethan Brooks over and thinking about those couple of Joe Weatherly forward defensive shots, he just looked like he had so much time. Here is Karan bowling at the start of a new over the wicket, and Weatherly will rather lazily walk a single to the other end, and the score moves on to 122 for no wicket.
Karam's overs so far 7.1 overs for 39, so relatively expensive, really.
Yeah, I think it is a good pitch, but at the same time I just don't think Worcestershire have bowled with enough pace to trouble Hampshire, because when that ball is in a good spot, it looks like Hampshire have plenty of time to get in a good position. Both these batters have good forward defensives, as Middleton is on the back foot, pushing that back up to the fielder at mid-on. There's no run.
Worcestershire will be in showcase action next week. They'll play Herefordshire in the showcase game.
Oh.
The national county sides play a first-class game traditionally, play first-class opposition traditionally each season, and that's at Eastern next Tuesday. We should be covering that one.
Is that a 50 over?
Yep, 50 over game. It's a warm-up game for Worcestershire for the Metro Bank Cup, really.
Karam in once more, over the wicket bowls, and lovely looking forward drive, that from Fletcher Middleton. The fielder will give chase at deep point, and he will get there, which means they'll just come back for a couple. Looked like Fletcher Middleton had creamed to that, but actually I think it just slowed up a little bit on this still pretty wet outfield as they come back for a couple. Middleton on to 67.
Yep, they played Gloucestershire last year, did Herefordshire, and they played 2 T20 games in the day, but they decided this. I was at Eastern yesterday actually for the National Counties game, day 2, and they said, well, at least the end of the day, and they said, no, it's definitely going to be a 50-over match against Worcestershire next Tuesday.
Here is Graham again over the wicket and bowls to Middleton, who pushes that up to Brett D'Oliveira. The action once more, no run.
As with so many of the national counties grounds, a beautiful ground, Eastner. The castle, Eastner Castle in the background, surrounded by trees. And a lightning quick outfield, which batsmen really enjoy.
Oh, yeah.
I say batsmen, batters I should call them now.
How far from here?
Not that far actually. It's, if I was going to guess, I'd get about 15 miles probably. The other side, Morven, drive through Morven, out towards Ledbury.
Middleton on the back foot, pushing that up again to Brett D'Oliveira, and there's no run. Carbon copy of the previous ball.
They do play at some beautiful grounds. Colwell's a nice ground as well. Brockhampton is glorious.
Brockhampton, I've heard of that before, yeah.
Would you have played there in the past?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe. A lot of grounds have played it. What day of the week? Oh, yeah, I see. That's next Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Hampshire ever get there.
I'm sure they would. I think all the first-class games, not necessarily on the same day, but I think they do at some point during the season.
We'll try and have a look. Here is Karam again, bowling to Middleton, who works that one nicely off his pads out to that fielder at the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they will come through for a single 125 without loss. End of the over. 32 overs gone. Middleton with 68, Weatherly with 52. And we've got 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go until tea interval. 3:55. I can't see a Hampshire. No, Hampshire straight into the One Day Cup next week. I can't see any games that they have against any minor counties.
Well, as I say, I think no. To be fair, last season Herefordshire's game was at a different time of the year to the bulk of the other games. So I think it depends. For example, if Hampshire have arranged to play, I assume either Dorset or Wiltshire, it'll be when both counties can make it work. Brooks is in. The start of this, presumably the last over before tea, sees the first ball by Middleton, prodded to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, it looks like most of the counties are in, or a fair few of the counties are in action, playing in those minor one-day games.
Showcase games, they call them. I think the ECB do.
Showcase, like that.
Next delivery is played away to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and they'll amble. It's no more than a good amble through for a single. They'll be very happy to see this through to tea, or the Hampshire opening pair of Fletcher Middleton and Joe Weatherly, and they have played so well. And there's a bit of a discussion between the two of them. And we're going to see a change in the field here as well for Worcestershire, which sees another man coming through to, well, another man being Jake Libby. We got 2 mid-wickets. I don't know what they think they've seen, but Brooks is in, bowls, and it's pushed to the left-hand side of the one of those 2 mid-wickets is Ben Allison, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think Weatherly there, like I said, Ethan Brooks not bowling with much pace at all, and maybe looks like there's not much pace in the pitch bowling from this new road end, so Weatherly just tried to tuck that one on the leg side and nearly got a leading edge. I think that's why those 2 fielders are in there.
Brooks is in, bowls, this time it's played straight back up the track to him, and if you're Weatherly, you're not going to take any unnecessary risks in the final over before tea, I would think.
But I think there, you can see there, those last couple of deliveries, I think he's thought about trying to nudge them into the leg side and pick up a single, but there's just not enough pace. So it's a good ploy that from Brett D'Oliveira, just something a bit different before this tea interval. And I think Fletcher Middleton's shoelace has conveniently come undone with 40 seconds to go and 2 balls remaining until tea.
You old cynic. 126 without losses. Brooks bowls, and that's flicked away to backward square on the leg side. They'll pick up just the one. Karam Shazad's into field. 127 without loss. Sorry.
You reckon it didn't come? You reckon it didn't come loose, that shoelace of Fletcher Middleton? What have we got now?
Well,
10 seconds, 1 ball.
Shades of the Test match, wasn't it? Really? Get the physio out, you know.
Not sure Brett D'Oliveira and Fletcher Middleton are going to have a big face-off, though.
No, I wouldn't think so. Not high on the agenda, that. Brooks is in, bowls, forward. comes Middleton. Lots of oohs and ahs, and that will complete the over. I assume that will be tea. Indeed, the players turn and head for the dressing rooms. So, it's been a very good day so far for Hampshire, who are 127 without loss. Joe Weatherly has 53. Fletcher Middleton has 69, and they have batted beautifully and have been largely untroubled.
Yep, they certainly have. Highest opening stand of the season for Hampshire, and Middleton much the aggressor, really. I say the aggressor. He just looked very calm, very composed, and very didn't really look like he had to get out of third gear, but raced along. And Weatherly playing second fiddle, but catching up now. And Hampshire, when they woke up this morning, they would have dreamt something like this would have happened this afternoon, just to put them at ease after that draw last week against Nottinghamshire.
Well, that's it for the this session. We'll be back with the evening session after the tea interval. Well, at least Robbie and Mel will be back in the first instance after the tea interval. But for the time being, thank you for your company. As the umpires leave the field, as I say, we will return in a short while.
Well, eventually, welcome back to New Road for the evening session of this Division 1 match in the County Championship between Worcestershire and Hampshire. We had the morning session completely wiped out, and we got 33 overs in the afternoon session, and then at the tea interval the rain came once more. So we've had a big old delay. We were meant to get underway at 4:15, but it is now 2 minutes to 6. And we will be starting in 2 minutes. So we're going to get things underway at 6 o'clock with 11 overs remaining in the day if there is no more rain and if the light holds as well, which are not absolutely guaranteed. Both sets of players making their way out and actually just assisting the ground staff on their way off. We've still got one of the tractors out there that's going to poodle off now in the next couple of seconds or so, and hopefully we will be able to get things back underway. And when we do, Hampshire resuming 127 without loss after losing the toss earlier on today and being put into bat. Fletcher Middleton with 69 and Joe Weatherly with 53 to his name. I'm Robbie James from BBC Radio Solent. We've got Trevor Owens with us a little later on as well from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Melinda Farrell. We've had a day of it, haven't we, Melinda? We have had a day of it. Here we go. Well,
actually, I've had the best and worst of the day in that there was a really lovely sort of brownie with raspberries and seeds on it, which we're all very impressed about at tea time. And then someone has just informed me that I've managed to sit on a bit of it. And so
oh no,
it's not good, which is why I'm currently wearing my hoodie tied around my waist because that's not you don't want to sit on a brownie.
Yeah, well, you don't, especially not wearing the sort of, what are we calling those? Light beigey sort of trousers.
It could not be worse. It could not be worse.
Ideal. Would you like to kick us off?
I certainly will.
Yeah, go on.
Tom Taylor running in from the Diglis end, and the first ball is just defended into the onside by Weatherly, who is he's kind of picked up a bit, really, Joe Weatherly. There were a couple of times in the morning session, probably mostly when he was facing Adam Finch, that he played and missed a few times, and he wasn't scoring at anywhere near the rate of Fletcher Middleton, but he's still out there and has really just sort of settled into his innings, I think. He's there again as in comes Taylor, and it's defended out towards short mid-wicket once more. It's Kashi Valley out there herring in to do the fielding. It's very difficult for Worcestershire to maintain any pressure, I think, with the ball. This is the last round of the Kookaburra. It didn't seem to be doing too much even this morning, or this afternoon I should say, once play finally got underway. Tom Taylor starts his run up, 2 slips in, and the next ball is left alone by Weatherly.
Yeah, I did a little update for BBC Radio Solent earlier on today, and just made me think. I was going to, not sure how often to mention that Hampshire had found themselves in any kind of trouble, and I think I could count on one hand how many times the ball had whistled past the outside edge.
Very, very few.
Not looked particularly uncomfortable at any stage, either of these batters.
No, it's been one-way traffic as Taylor is in. That's punched through the covers quite nicely, but there is a fielder out at deep cover running in, so they'll just take the single. Takes Weatherly to 54 and a score to 128 for none. Yeah, very, very few. I mean, I'm normally, and you would see a few player misses. I'm probably bigging up the Finch Weatherly contest, but
it's like Archer to Smith at Lords in 19, wasn't it? Yeah.
But such are the things I've been looking for, because there hasn't been a lot going. Here's Taylor again, and the next ball is just nudged out into the offside. It's picked up at point. And I go through for a fairly relaxed single.
I don't know if I love this field immediately from Worcestershire. They've gone with a couple of slips and a deep point, and they've not. They do need to make something happen in this game. They need to pick up the points. They need to try and pick up a result, and you just feel like this would be an opportunity for them to reset and go back to maybe a few more slips in place and try and put some real pressure on Hampshire.
Taylor bowls, and that's full and clipped off the toes beautifully through mid-wicket. Chifali is on his way out to chase that ball, but he won't get there in time, and that is 4 runs. And this is what Weatherly has started to do increasingly well, is just find the right ball to put away, and that was too full, it was too straight, and it was gone.
It was gone, yeah. This is their opportunity, Worcestershire, isn't it? This was their opportunity to have a break, reset, and that's just not what you want. A nice, juicy half. Well, it is what Joe Weatherly wants, but it's not what Worcestershire want. A nice, juicy half volley on his pads, and yeah, you just feel like this remaining 10 overs now is going to be absolutely crucial in terms of. Well, I say crucial. I mean, tomorrow morning they could pick up 5 wickets in the first hour and be all right, and I'll look like an idiot. But
I mean, it's just the ball's not doing much at all, and it's just not getting much assistance.
Ben Allison to kick things off from the New Road end, running away from us, and there is one on the pads of Fletcher Middleton, which he helps down to the fine leg boundary, and the fielder can't get there. And the reason I'm laughing because the poor fine leg fielder ran to his right hand side, put in the dive, and the ball sort of went over his torso, really.
Yeah, frustrating. Ben Allison bowled really tightly for the first 5 or almost 5 overs, and then gave away 3 boundaries. He was so tight, and he's given away a boundary first ball. 2
slips in place, running away from us over the wicket to Fletcher Middleton, and that is pushed into the onside, and there is no run. And you just see there in the last... we mentioned the ball's not doing much. Fine, okay, the ball might not be doing much, but you can still put it in a good area. And from starting off there, one from Taylor and one from Ben Allison, a couple of freebies on the pads of these batters, and it just means that Hampshire easily can get back going again. They've added 10 runs already in the 5 minutes that we've had since play has restarted. Fletcher Middleton crouches down once more, and again it's pretty straight on his pads, and he just flicks it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I did wonder, I honestly had money on you mentioning those brownie cake things, by the way, within the first 30 seconds of us being on, and you nailed it. Well done.
I don't like cake.
No, well, I know.
Right? I don't like cake. Yeah. Very much at all. It's very rare that I will have a wee bit. But it was the fresh raspberries and the pepitas on top.
Middleton faces up once again. This one outside the off stump, and he plays it late to the fielder at backward point. No run.
But it was, I think that might be the best sort of, it's not actually cake, is it? But it's
a brownie. It's a brownie with raspberry and seeds.
Yeah, it's the best cakey type thing I think I have ever had at a match, and that is a big call.
That's a big call.
But like I said, I don't generally like cake, but I had a little bit of that, and it was delicious. You swore when you tasted it.
I did no such thing. I would never do that. Fletcher Middleton gets an outside edge, goes past the fielder at second slip and down towards the boundary. Jake Libby will chase, but to no avail. And the ball goes to the boundary. Middleton on to 78. Hampshire 141 without loss. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm never a potty mouth.
You were a potty mouth.
No.
But in praise of it.
Well, yes, absolutely. Yeah. That was excellent. I couldn't help myself. Mics were off, you know.
Oh dear.
They were great. Excellent. They were very well looked after.
Absolutely. Always are when we come here. Unfortunately, being a bit too hospitable to the visiting players from Hampshire at the moment.
Yeah, Hampshire off to a flyer after this big old delay, and Middleton on the front foot pushes that up to Tom Taylor, but the damage had been done in that over, and Hampshire 141 without loss. 35 overs gone, 9 remain in the day.
Oh, I can see a tiny little patch of blue sky, believe it or not. I told you.
You do find it. You always are on the lookout for a bit of blue.
I did not think we were going to get on again, to be honest. it was very dark and threatening for a long period of time.
Well, I think the only reason we did was because the rain hasn't been heavy, so the clear-up operation was very quick from the ground staff.
Tom Taylor in, ball left alone outside the off stump. Nice carry on that. Weatherly not interested though.
Can get in touch in the remaining 9 overs of the day if you fancy it. It is at BBC HW Sport, I am told, on X, if you fancy it. If not, that's alright. Won't take it personally. But you're very welcome to, whatever you're doing on this Tuesday evening. A little bit murky in this part of the country. I'm not too sure what it's doing elsewhere. Hopefully it's a bit of blue sky. Take a look for it. Take a leaf out of Melinda's book.
In comes Taylor. That is beautifully driven, a full delivery, but it is stopped immediately. So they've got 3 on the offside, saving the single. Just 1 on the onside, and they've got 2 slips in. Fielders out in the deep. They've got a deep point and a deep backward square leg. So nothing. Oh no, they've got another one on the. There you go. Brett D'Oliveira was so small; he was hidden behind the umpire. But he is out there as the next ball is left alone once more by Weatherly. So he's at mid-on. He's usually either somewhere in those close, somewhere on the ring. If he's not at mid-on, be in an extra cover somewhere where he can run in.
A significant drop-off in numbers in the ground, aren't there? I just realised there was a bit of there was a nice little hum earlier, but that's sort of gone.
Yes, it's been a long day watching it drizzle. Here's Taylor again. That ball just pushed into the ground and out towards point by Weatherly.
Few hardy souls though, and in that stand away at the Basil D'Oliveira stand. A few of them just soaking it all up. It'll be winter at some point. You got to enjoy these days, even if it's not bright sunshine.
Hey, might be winter for some. Some of us are like a swallow.
No.
We see the leaves turning and we fly south for the winter. Here's Taylor. He's in, and that is just watchfully left by Weatherly. As it goes through to Gareth Roderick.
So when did you last have a winter?
COVID.
Oh, God. I have a good mind to swear again.
COVID, the 2 COVID winters in Australia were the only full winters I've had in 10 years.
Wow. God.
Yeah. Maybe a bit more. I don't know. But, yeah, I try to avoid it, to be honest. Taylor in, bowls, and a bit of a swish at that one outside the off stump by Weatherly. A little bit of a flat-footed swish as well. But he doesn't make any contact, and at the end of Taylor's 8th over, it's 141 for none.
Yeah, much better over that from Tom Taylor, but you'd just be frustrated if you're a Worcestershire fan, because you'd be wondering why didn't you bowl that over immediately after the break when you've had all that time, just a chance to get on top of Hampshire, try and reset and put a bit of pressure on them.
Well, there was a little stage there where Ben Allison was bowling very tightly from one end, and then Finch came in and was pretty tight at another end, and there were a few overs there without any boundaries and with very few runs, a couple of maidens, and you thought, okay, they're building anything here, but a release ball came.
Fletcher Middleton has 78, and he's leaving that one outside the off stump, and it is Ben Allison who is beginning a new over. I'm just checking, actually. Yeah, this is now Fletcher Middleton's highest score of the season. Previous highest was 76. Been averaging just over 31, and as I mentioned earlier on, he's scored now 4 50s this season, yet to convert any of them into hundreds, and you think he has a pretty decent shot at it here if he wants it.
Well, this is the ideal time and conditions and situation.
Down go the slips, and Allison bowls to him, and he's pushing that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He goes and does a little bit of gardening, as he always does.
He's been, for quite a bit of time, he was going better than a run of ball quite a bit better. He had an absolute flying start, of course, when the ball was harder as well. It was easier for him to find that boundary. It's now 78 off 96. But it's been pretty impressive, so going a bit better than 80 strike rate.
Yeah, his 50 came off 51 balls, and he's on the back foot steering that to point, and there is no run. Yeah, he has looked good, and he's not, like I said earlier, if you're gonna be forced to sit in a dark room and watch 300 deliveries to each of these batters, you would probably pick Joe Weatherly as the one that you'd watch over Fletcher Middleton, but he's proved us. He's proved just how elegant he can look as well, with some of the cover drives that he hit earlier on in the day, a couple off his pads as well. A couple of hooks from a couple of short ones that he got from that far end. Here is Allison bowling to him again, and he's playing that nicely timed up to the fielder at mid-on, and they'll come through for a single. He moves on to 79.
Hasn't been a lot of risk though in much of what he's done. It's been really sensible. Sort of say sensible aggression.
Yeah. They haven't had to do anything major to score big runs, and that's why, again, I think this is a good pitch. I do think if you're a Worcestershire fan and you're listening and thinking, oh goodness, have we thrown up a load of half volleys and short wide ones? I don't think you have. I think it is just a good pitch. Here is Weatherly clipping that one off his pads. That's not a great delivery, and he'll get a couple for as he steers it down to the fielder at fine leg, running round to their left hand side, and they'll come back for a couple. 144 without loss. Somewhere this scoreboard's got me today. It's a slow scoreboard, and is he going to 144? Yeah, 144. There we go. I knew it.
Are you a batter?
No, I'm
really?
a bowled some off spin.
I'm surprised because you say it's a good pitch. No, I would say good pitch for batting.
Oh, good for batting. Yeah, that's a good pitch for batting. That's a good point actually. Oh, squares up Weatherly a little bit, pushes it into the offside, no run, and Hampshire 144 without loss. That's a good point, actually. That is a good point. We do say, it's a great pitch. Yeah, it's a great pitch for batting. I'm not bowling any spin on this.
Well, no, definitely not. It's not been a day for spinners, and it's a tough one. I'm not saying that it's a bad pitch for bowling necessarily as well, but look, we are in the final round of the Kookaburra series of rounds, 4 rounds that we've had now in the middle of the season with the Kookaburra, and I do think that there'd be a few bowlers, more than a few bowlers around who'll be kissing the Duke's ball when they hold it. Yeah. Ironically, it's not been doing a lot in the test matches that have been played at this time as well. No. So it's
ridiculous, isn't it?
Funny, yeah, strange old combination.
If you didn't know cricket and you'd stumbled across us talking about, you'd think, what on it? Like, how does the ball make any difference? Like the make of the cricket ball. Ridiculous.
I'll start feeding the cows certain things at some point.
Excuse me?
The cows. Have we had a bad batch of cows?
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, the ball's made from leather, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where does the leather come from? You're Googling.
You're joking. I'd never thought about it.
I can't believe. What did you think?
Well, I didn't give it much thought, if I'm honest.
It's been an education. Here's Tom Taylor in. And it was a flash, and it is gone. He got the edge, and he finally gets the wicket. It is Fletcher Middleton. He's threatened the outside edge a few times, Tom Taylor. This time with success. It was a diving take by Gareth Roderick, who leapt to his right, got both hands on it, was well taken in the end, and finally Worcestershire find the breakthrough, and it's Middleton departs on 79, and Hampshire now 144 for 1.
Oh, he'll be gutted, absolutely gutted, Fletcher Middleton. We just mentioned he's gone past his career best, his season's best. And Tom Taylor did that ball nip. Yeah, actually it did, just a fraction on the angle coming into Middleton, then a little bit of nip away from him, which meant that he had to play at it and got the outside edge. So goodness me, Worcestershire needed that. But actually, that's a lovely bit of bowling. And actually, I think when Fletcher Middleton gets back into the dressing room, he will say there wasn't a whole load he could have done about that.
Yeah, just being able to watch the replay, because we're at an angle that makes it quite difficult to see what the ball's doing, and I guess you would say we're at long on for that one. So, but just watching it back, it did do a bit. So, just after we were saying it hadn't really done too much all day, Tom Taylor finds something out of it.
Yeah, and we're going to see a night watcher for Hampshire coming in. Eddie Jack with 91 on his back, so he is due to bat at 10.
Good grief. As he walks out here, so the last time I saw Eddie Jack live was 18 months ago in South Africa during the Under-19s World Cup. And you know what? He was a big lad. He was a big lad then. But now he's just walked out, and the broad-shouldered kind of figure that he cuts as he comes in, it's like, my goodness, how is he still so young? But terrific bowler. I was really impressed. There was a lot of excitement about Eddie Jack, so hopefully I'll get to see him bowl again. But now he has to stay out there and he has to protect Joe Weatherly and not get out himself.
Indeed, yeah. I'm just looking back at that. I'm a bit distracted, but there's a lot going on, if I'm honest. We've had that wicket. I've got the leather situation to try and get my head around. But that's just, again, it's a beautiful bit of bowling from Taylor. Sorry.
He's in once more, and you can hear the ooze, because Eddie Jack has managed to keep that out, not massively convincingly, and the ball dribbles out into the offside, where Kashif Ali picks it up and gives it a shine.
Yeah, brilliant length as well, actually. Just struggled a little bit with their length, Worcestershire, throughout the course of the day. There's been a few on the pads, and when I think it was Adam Finch tried to bang a couple in, they didn't really get up on Fletcher Middleton, but that was a lovely length, the one to dismiss him. 3
slips in for Jack. In comes Taylor around the wicket, a full delivery. But he plays that one quite well out to extra cover. Kashif Ali's getting a good work out there.
I'm going to head off after this over. 1 ball left, so we're going to take a quick selfie in the commentary box as we've got to. There we go. Well done. That was good radio, wasn't it?
Oh, you sprung that on me.
I'm gonna. Sorry, did I? Was that? Were you not ready?
No.
Oh no, sorry. We can do it again if you need to. You got 1 ball left.
Here comes Tom Taylor. Eddie Jack just plays that one again. The outside portion of the bat to backward point. That finishes the over. A successful one finally for Worcestershire. Seeing the back of Fletcher Middleton. Hampshire 144 for 1. Weatherly still out there on 60. And Eddie Jack out there as a night watcher.
I'll do one more over, and then we'll bring... Trevor, you can come in after one more over, and then you come in. Yeah, come in. And I can go home early. No, I'm joking. I'll stay around, don't you worry. But I will need to do some investigating, because I'm rattled here, to be honest with you, this leather situation. Right, Ben Allison then. Here he comes to begin his 9th over, running away from us. And he's bowling to Joe Weatherly, who's on his back foot, pushing that into the offside. And there is no run. It's just not... it's not something that's come into my brain, if I'm honest, where leather came... I don't know where I thought it did come from, but
well, it's
where's that gonna pop up in my brain? My brain's dominated by cheese, cricket, and not much else, to be honest.
Have you never been to a ball factory then?
I haven't. I'd love to. No, never
I've been to 2.
You've been to 2 ball factories?
Yeah.
Ben Allison running away from us. Bowls, and that's on the legs of Joe Weatherly. It's going to pick up a couple here into the leg side. Fielder gives chase, and there's a couple of pigeons that scamper for cover as well, because that's where the direction of the ball went to, and Weatherly does come back, and he moves on to 62, 146 for 1.
I've been to the Kookaburra factory in Melbourne.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been to the SG Ball factory in India. So I think I said about an hour's drive from Delhi. I think
Very
I was
good.
in Delhi when I went there. So quite fascinating to see the difference. Very different.
Allison in bowls, and on the front foot is Weatherly. No run. I'll have to put Ball Factory on my list of places to go, things to see.
Oh, the SG Ball one was actually the most fascinating because everything is done really by hand, and they're all guys who worked there. They would sit. You know how you sit cross-legged? They would kind of sit almost in a yoga position.
I can't do it, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Here is Alison. Tall figure of Alison, 65 on his back, bowling to Weatherly, who lets that go outside the off stump.
And their feet were so flexible, so they would hold the ball with the soles of their feet curled around it.
Oh.
And then stitch it by hand, but they were holding it with their feet. It's quite amazing to watch.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, so if you think in a yoga position where you have your feet out...
I'm trying to do, for the benefit of listeners, that's exactly what we're trying to do now.
Yes, you need to push your knees apart so that your soles of your feet are pressed together.
Okay, Alison in. I'm going to try and commentate while doing it. Oh, edged and gone! And it's the second wicket for Worcestershire. Weatherly trying to clip that one off his pads and gets a leading edge that actually goes to the fielder at second slip. And Worcestershire have their second, and boy did they need it. Both openers now back in the pavilion before the close. Middleton went, and now Weatherly goes for 62. Hampshire 146 for 2.
Oh, well, all of a sudden things are happening, and Eddie Jack wasn't able to get the single at the end of the last over, so it did expose Weatherly, and all of a sudden the ball is moving about. So fine innings from him, staying out there in the middle, but just shows the power of persistence. All of a sudden, 2 wickets falling quickly, and it doesn't look quite so grim for Worcestershire as it was earlier.
Yeah, and Joe Weatherly will be frustrated there because unlike Fletcher Middleton's delivery that he couldn't do too much about, this one was actually on the pads of Weatherly and he was looking to flick it away. And we did have that a couple of times in the afternoon session, bowlers bowling from this new road end where I think maybe the ball just isn't coming through quite as much, and they had a couple of fielders in close on the leg side for Weatherly when he was trying to flick a couple into the leg side and got a couple of leading edges, and that time, well, it flew to second slip and it was a good catch in the end. So yeah, Weatherly has to depart, and Nick Gubbins, who's going to be a little miffed about that because he thought he had the safety of Eddie Jack to come in and see things through to the close. He's now got to come out and face the remaining 6.1 overs.
Yes, it's the official TLP for Hampshire now.
What's the TLP?
Tricky little period.
Tricky little period, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Yeah, it's tricky. Is that a thing? We say that, do we? TLP?
TLP?
Is that classic, is it? Good, strong.
Well, we're probably hoping they've sent out the night watcher in Eddie Jack, and instead it's going to be Nick Gubbins who's facing a final ball of the over from Ben Allison, which is not what you want. I'll just try and keep this one out.
Yep, here comes Allison then. Round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins. 3 sips in place and he's on the back foot, pushing it back to mid-on, and there is no run. 6 overs remain in the day. Correction, 5 overs. Is that going to change on the scoreboard? Yep, 5 overs remain in the day. Hampshire 146 for 2. Mel, I will leave you. I'm going to go do some investigating about cricket balls, leather, cows, general things, yoga.
See if you can sit down and push the soles of your feet together.
It's going to be some Tuesday night in Robbie's hotel room. This could be interesting. Right, I'm moving out. Trevor Owen's coming in.
Well, it is getting quite dark here now as well, I must say as well. So I'm not even sure will we be able to get these 5 overs in. Worcestershire will be happy to, as Tom Taylor is in. Oh, it's a flashy drive from Jack, and he probably might be a bit lucky that he didn't edge that. Bit hard to see how close he was to it, but it was an expansive drive. Completely swished at air, though, Trevor.
He did. You're right. It is getting a bit gloomy here now, man. You're absolutely right. And I'm going to get grumpy old man mode here now. Youngsters of today didn't know leather came from cows. For goodness sake. What do they teach them at school?
Taylor around the wicket. That's on the front foot defending now, Jack. Fuller delivery, but kept it out well. But it was the way he looked at me when I said we had a bad batch of cows, and he looked at me like I was absolutely mental.
She's lost it now. Yeah. Sitting that brownie's done it for her.
What do cows have to do with cricket balls? Huh?
Probably thinks they made them in the Isle of Wight coming from Southampton.
Oh, and hang on a second.
Oh, we're off, I think.
We're off.
Light here, are we?
Yeah, I thought it had got very dark.
I did say so.
Really dark.
My imminent return to the commentary point is going to be a very short-lived one. Yeah. That'll teach me to take the mickey out of Robbie, won't it, really? As soon as I come back into commentary, they're off for bad light.
Yeah, it's just put the light meter on the
to be fair, it has gone very dark.
Really, just in the last few minutes
if you look at the little sort of fairy lights on that balcony over there, they're standing out bright now, aren't they, really? It's I think we might have seen our last cricket of the day. Well, I've said that before, and then everybody toddles off home, and then suddenly they come out for 3 overs at the end.
You never know. Sometimes it just brighten up late, but I would be extremely surprised. Well, mind you, Worcestershire will be pretty happy that they got back on there today, because now you look at it, 146 for 2, and you think, well, it's been a good day for Hampshire, but it hasn't been disastrous.
No, they got rid of both openers as well. Yeah.
Both openers
and a
gone.
Night watchman in there to go out tomorrow morning.
Yeah, no, Gubbins and Jack both yet to get off the mark as well. So they'll come back out tomorrow feeling, I think, a lot better than if they hadn't got back on today, for sure. Oh, there we go.
There you go. It's official. Play has been abandoned for the day. Well, Mel, thank you very much for your company.
Oh, you're welcome.
Brief this time around.
Let's do it again tomorrow.
Let's do that thing. It'll be a long day tomorrow. I think.
Good forecast tomorrow. So I think we'll be right for a big session, a big 3 sessions of play.
Mel, lovely to have your company. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks to Robbie as well. We will leave you